All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Adebomi Akimbo. And we have Dr. Robinson Tombari Sibe, the CEO of Digital Footprints Nigeria Limited. Dr. Robinson, are you on the call this morning? Dr. Robinson. All right. So while we wait for Dr. Robinson to probably join, I would like to introduce the final person on the panelist, Mr. Peter Akinremi, CEO of Compus Softnet Technologies Limited. Mr. Peter, are you on the call? Okay. All right. So we're going to start by asking each of the panelists to please introduce themselves. I'm trying to see how I can find them on the or spotlight them. So, I would like to start with Dr. Adebomi Akimbo. Would you like to please just do a brief introduction of yourself, your background, and then we now go into the objective. So I would like you to, if you can, put on your videos so that we can, engage with you better. Thank you, Dr. Adebomi. Please introduce yourselves, and then we go into the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akoyemi Onifade, for that welcoming statement, and I want to appreciate you for being early enough to accommodate us. Dr. Adebomi Adeola Kimbo, for the record, I'm CEO DNS Africa Media and Communications. We're a media platform that do not take side and do not report negative issues when it comes to the issue of DNS. Fortunately, I'm based in Nigeria, somewhere I call a village around Songo, Abule Roko in Ogun State. I'm also a research expert when it comes to issues of the ICT in Africa, especially, and passionate about community development, capacity and consensus and exchange, so to say. I read psychology. I'm a media therapist, apart from being a counseling therapist. I look forward to the discussion on data privacy and DNS, especially when it comes to the area of cybersecurity, which, of course, a lot of Africans have come to understand that Africa is the target. And then finally, I love playing squash. I'm a martial arts black belt. And I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akimbo. Hopefully, I will come and register for my martial arts training as part of my cybersecurity expertise as we go on. All right, nice to meet you, sir. Do we have Ms. Toko on the call? Ms. Toko, please, if you are there, you want to put on your camera, or if you are not, Mr. Wisdom Donko, are you ready? Mr. Wisdom Donko.
Yes, thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you. Okay, go ahead, please.
My name is Wisdom Donko. I'm the Executive Director for Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation, and also the Africa Community Internet Program. And also, I'm the Executive Director for the Ghana Domain Name Registry. Aside that, I'm a technologist and also an internet governance expert based in Accra. I have extensive experience in internet governance, e-government infrastructure application, and DNS management, also cybersecurity and digital policy. I would say I have a very wide range of things I do within the tech space, and then I wouldn't like to take much time to go through all of that. Yeah, so this is me.
Very pleased to meet you, Mr. Wisdom Donko. From your profile, I can see that we're going to learn so much from you this morning. Okay, Dr. Robinson Tombari Sibe, are you here? All right. What about Mr. Peter Akinremi? Are you on the call this morning? Mr. Peter Akinremi, are you on the call this morning? Okay. Shegun, can you confirm that we only have 2 of the panelists present, so that we can take off the rest of the list? Shegun Kayode, can you please confirm?
Yes, we don't have Dr. Sibe with us, Ms. Toko as well. Both have earlier indicated they won't be joining, but for Mr. Peter Kinremi, he might be joining very soon. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we have on the call today, Dr. Akimbo Adewumi, the CEO of DNS Africa Media and Communications. And it's a great pleasure to have from all the way from Accra, Mr. Wisdom Donkor, the Executive Director of African Open Data and Internet Research, and also Director at Ghana Domain Name Registry. Okay, so the session objective is to explore how Africa can strengthen cybersecurity and digital trust through robust DNS security, data protection frameworks, and collaborative governance models that ensure resilience and user confidence across the continent's digital ecosystem. All right, so I would like to start off by asking Dr. Akimbo Adewumi to give us some brief on his his perspective on digital trust. What do you think digital trust means to us in Africa, and how can we foster that in the way we interact and transact in the cyberspace? Okay, I would like Dr. Adewumi to take that. Dr. Adebumi, I'm sorry, Akimbo Adebumi, right? Are you happy to
Thank you.
kick us off? Right, thank you.
Thank you so much for starting off with the word digital trust in Africa. Apparently, the cyberspace has we assume that we have enough people when it comes to cybersecurity issues. Especially, we also assume that we have enough tech people in Africa. From the perspective of DNS Africa and my personal perspective, we do not have enough. We do not have enough people. The domain system is, of course, the Internet Phone Book, which translates website names into IP addresses. However, the DNS is compromised by cyber criminals who can redirect users to malicious websites. And fortunately, some countries have decided to lay a strong foundation for digital trust. Digital trust itself is built on the confidence that digital systems and organizations will protect people's personal data, and this can only be driven by what you can call transparency and also legislation when it comes to different policy. This brings me to the issue of discussion over the years by different countries in Africa, and probably answer your question on what is digital trust. And without taking too much of our time, I will be going into what you can call a descriptive explanation, because I'm so sorry. This is supposed to be a panel discussion, not a lecture. So I couldn't get, what do you call it now, a slide ready for that. And digital trust, like I mentioned earlier on, is the confidence that the users would actually have in whatever you are putting in when it comes to integrity, security, privacy, and reliability of technology systems. And when we're saying digital services and, those that provide them, the ISPs, the MNO, whichever platform that is providing the user, the end user, such a channel to use. There are some key components of digital trust we also need to break down, because digital trust is built upon several interconnected elements that an organization must consistently demonstrate. And if you look at some countries in Africa, we are still challenged either because of legislation, like I mentioned earlier on, or basically because our democracies do not provide a platform for transparency. So, what are the key components of digital trust? I would not, like I said, I would not want to take too much of our time, but these are very cogent information or issues that we already know. When it comes to security and reliability, the assurance that the systems are protected from cyber threats or breaches or acts are not consistently available. They are not consistently available. So, and the functionality, while it differs from country to country, if I should take Nigeria for example, we are still on the verge of like a 35%, which is good, but not a totality when it comes to Africa. Another key component that we need to understand about digital trust is privacy and control. Um, these are commitments to protecting personal data. There are so many in the news. I do not want to compromise any commission so far that has been accused of not being strong enough to protect the data of its people. But digital trust states that you should be able to reflect digital interactions, transactions, data handling can be safe, can be ethical, can perform as expected. And we're in a world where things are changing. 1 minute ago, you were thinking X1, the next minute, we are upgrading to X5. And it is crucial for business to maintain customer loyalty, ensure regulatory compliance, and drive innovation.
Thank
So when
you.
it comes
Thank
to,
you so much. Thank you so much, Dr.
yeah,
Akimbo. I know, yeah, if we give you all the time, you will take it. But yeah, so because we have three other panelists that are not here, so we actually have enough time to get you to make your point. But I would like to move to Mr. Wisdom Donkor, being an executive director of the Ghana Domain Name Registry. The topic is about safeguarding Africa's digital space through DNS security and data protection. So I would like to ask you before we go into the depth of that topic. So when we talk about Africa digital space, conceptually, how will you describe that? The Africa digital space. Is there a boundary to it? Is there a perimeter to it? How do you define that conceptually, Mr. Wisdom Donko?
Yes, thank you very much. I think Africa digital space, we are growing, but then we are still very weak at the base. So, in order for us to be able to speed up and then catch up, we need to do more work in terms of capacity building, in terms of uh, the infrastructure, in terms of securing this space. We need to actually do more because now the attention is now coming on Africa because Africa now is gearing towards kind of a sovereign uh, uh, state, which we must guard almost everything that we do with regards to our data. And as I speak, most of our data is still residing outside the shores of Africa. And then we need to actually look into that and begin to do things internally to make sure that we secure ourselves.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So, as a follow-up question, what are the specific governance systems you have put in place for DNS security, using Ghana as a case study, that other countries in Africa may be able to learn from or benefit from?
Yes, thank you again. We are stepping into an accelerated future of a digital Africa. And I would say that a future that will be powered by economic growth and social innovation and then a global connection. And then, but this future rests on one non-negotiable foundation, and that foundation is for trust. Without trust, citizens will not transact online, do business, business will not invest, government itself cannot deliver services effectively. In today, I'll be unpacking several of these as we delve into the discussion. But then I'll say that even looking at the African situation, what we went through and all of that, and then looking at our various countries, and then taking the case of Ghana, I mean, we still have much more to do with regards to what the DNS, securing our DNS space, and that we still have more to do in that regard to gain that sovereignty that we all talking about.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. I will go back to Dr. Akimbo. Dr. Akimbo, what are the recommendations that you Mr. Wisdom Donko said about still having a lot of grounds to cover, in getting to where we ought to be. So I'd like to ask you, what are your recommendations for enhancing the DNS ecosystem management and security communication or thereof?
Okay. So I missed you somewhere, but I know you are saying what are the recommendations for solutions to our present dilemma in Africa, right?
Yeah. So if you had Mr. Wisdom, he said that we still have a long way to go. For example, in achieving the sovereignty that we need around the way our DNS system is governed and all of that. So also, I want you to link that to profile some solutions and then link that to how we might improve the communications systems around the entire ecosystem of DNS management.
Okay, so you used a strong word that we need to underline. You used the word accelerated. And, often when we talk about local content, we forget the aspect of understanding that in the IT ecosystem, there are certain things we do not need to reinvent. We do not need to reinvent them. All we need to do is study and affirm, is it across border good best practice for us in Africa? If the answer is yes, then we go ahead with it. Take, for example, the legislation on having a patch when it comes to data privacy. 36 out of 54 countries in Africa has already accelerated the enactment of their data privacy entity or commission or channel. For example, Nigeria has what you call the NDPA. South Africa has what you call the POPIA, which is POPIA. These are ways of harmonizing what we have across a borderless Africa. That is another discussion. I think we should have a borderless Africa where what works in Nigeria also works in Rwanda. And we have the African Union Malabo Convention that already states, gives us a roadmap on cybersecurity and personal data protection. It is high time we begin to follow it. I mentioned something about public trust apart from data trust, and which is the issue of accountability. If only or peradventure, AfICTA can go ahead to do a roadmap that says, okay, let's bring all businesses together to do a privacy by design. Privacy by design. And we will speak to government and all agents, sorry, let me not use agencies, stakeholders that are concerned with cybersecurity in Africa. It will give us a strong mechanism to ensure that we rebuild the trust that we are already feeling or have a feel that is not rising up. This can build our trust. And then, because of my time, I was trying to take advantage that we are 2 instead of 5. So, and I was also looking at the fact that probably those who are listening to us maybe undergoing translation. So I'm trying to reduce my speed. But organizations operating across Africa must adopt a proactive multi-jurisdictional compliance strategy to ensure that we invest in data governance and to ensure we meet various local requirements. Having said all of that, a lot of noise has been made on the issue of Afrinic, and the question for some of us is: should a country determine the fate of a continent when it comes to IP protection, IP values? We should also be able to say, oh, as a people, what can be done to ensure a solution is given? There's a national discussion on what you call, I'm trying to wrap up here now, on DNSSEC. What are we doing about DNSSEC? Country code top level domains registries across Africa. How are we trying to protect that particular space? And this is a space we cannot go alone. 4 years ago, I initiated the Nigerian DNS Forum. And the first thing we did was start an academy, DNS Africa Academy, and then we domesticated it in Nigeria, the Nigerian DNS Academy. And we had ICANN come back to us to try to help us understand how businesses can be able to make business out of DNSSEC, which is part of securing Africa. I hope this will answer the question and probably, initiate more actions from us. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Kimbo. Yeah, you have touched on some of the issues, and that you mentioned passionately why we need to take DNSSEC very seriously. So I would like to go to Mr. Wisdom, whose leadership is in that area, to share some best practices, some strategic roadmaps, around these good practices and emerging technologies around DNS security, that he has been able to implement, or that he has an implementation roadmap for, that he would like to share with the team. So, Mr. Wisdom, are you able to share with us some of your good works and some of your, proposition around DNSSEC, from Ghana perspective? All right.
Yeah, thank you very much. But before I come to that, let me just say lay a few foundation.
Okay.
So the question is why the DNS in Africa is critical. It's a critical digital infrastructure. Okay, so we often say that the DNS is the phone book of the internet, but from our perspective at the Ghana Domain Name Registry, we see it as more than that. It is actually the root of trust for every online interaction. So when a citizen types a web address, so they are placing their trust in a chain that begins with us. If that chain is compromised, everything that follows is untrustworthy. So we all know about the phishing attack that start with a deceptive domain, the brand impersonation that we all see in our various countries, especially in our political seasons. Massive DDoS attacks, often that hijack the DNS itself. And then the internet shutdown that we often talk about. All of this is done at the DNS level. So therefore, securing the Africa digital space is impossible without first securing the DNS. It is our continent first lines of defense. So we need to be looking at this. So the first strategy that I'll talk about is fortifying the DNS. Is our collective responsibility. We need to collaborate. At the Ghana Domain Name Registry, we are moving beyond simply registering names to actively securing the digital ecosystem. Our strategy is to build on 3 pillars. The first one is the mandatory DNSSEC deployment for all .gh domains. So that is number one. The second one is promoting a zero trust model for domain registrants. And then we are implementing stricter know your customer and then validating processes. So an anonymous domain is a weapon in the hands of what cyber criminal that we all know. We must ensure that every domain has a verified owner accountable for its use. So the third one is fostering a cross-border DNS security collaboration. So we need to collaborate on this more, looking at the various sets that we have across the SOC that we have and all of that. We need to actually collaborate and then share information. And then the second strategy is championing data protection as a competitive advantage. So this is where we also collaborate more with the Data Protection Commission and other relevant institutions that are that do more work on data and all of that. So we are collaborating on this direction as well, and then also aligning with the continental and then global framework. We all know about the Malabo Convention that Doc did mention. So it's like we have enough guiding documents around that we can use to guide ourselves and collaborate and build into the future. So the other one is capacity building that we all talk about all the time. Data sovereignty and digital public infrastructure. As we build our digital public infrastructure, as called in the who is plus 20 outcome, we must ensure that citizens
We are losing you. Okay. Are you back?
can you hear me?
Yes, you are back. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So the third of the strategy 2, we are also looking at data sovereignty and digital public infrastructure. So with this, am I still heard?
Yes, you're online, sir.
So as we build our digital public infrastructure, as called in the who is plus 20 outcome, we must ensure that citizens that is stored and processed with the highest standard of security and under our own legal jurisdiction. This is not about isolation. It is about a responsible stewardship and preventing external exploitation. So we have much more work to do in this regard. And then our strategy 3 is the power of multi-stakeholder. We've all been talking about this. Looking at the who is plus 20 document, we just reaffirm this. So no single entity can do this. So we need to come together and then solve this problem. So in a nutshell, I said that our call to action at the Ghana Domain Name Registry is to somehow formalize these partnerships and then create an African alliance for DNS security and data protection. We need to do this collaborative platform for sharing threat intelligence, best practices, and driving a continent-wide cybersecurity agenda. There's one other key thing that we also need to look out for. We are all now having these cybersecurity authorities in our various countries. And then, and we talk about the DNS, the registries. The registries is for everyone. And now we also have to look at the cybersecurity and then draw the line so that cyber securities, when they are implementing their laws, they know where their mandate ends and where maybe the mandate of what a registry also begins. Because we are seeing that if care is not taken, the cybersecurity authorities that we are having or that we see coming up, implementing laws and all of that to kind of take ownership of the digital infrastructure and then coming up with laws that doesn't even favor citizens. Our attention have to begin to go into those directions as well, so that whatever laws that we are coming up with favors the vast majority that we are serving. Well, these platforms is there to serve the public. These platforms should be seen as sort of not serving only individuals. Specifically, let me use politicians and then some other interested people. Not all politicians do. Some politicians who must win elections at all costs, and they might go to any length to make sure that everything favors them. So we have to begin to look at this and then begin to draw the line. If, for example, if I'm running a registry and then a cybersecurity authority comes to you and then gives you an order, shut down this domain name, shut down that domain name, and all of that, that we see coming. And then we've been getting some of this notification and some of this from cybersecurity authorities calling you to shut down specific domain names without even explaining actually what the issues are. Because if someone is, or let's say a citizen is using the platform to do maybe a media work or so, media work, they have the liberty to talk about issues, to help inform the public on information. And if that information doesn't favor someone, then they go through that route to shut down. So we have to begin to look at all of this and then try to address them before we get to a situation, or before we get to a time that will be difficult to manage. So I just wanted to bring this to bear so that it will be at the back of our mind whenever we are discussing DNS security and all of that. Then we have to try to draw those lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's very insightful. I've learned a lot, from what you have said, especially about the challenges, So typical African challenge, political interference in what you do, which, can begin to erode trust, even in what we are trying to promote. Because someone may say, okay, I don't want to register with you because I don't want to be exposed to your political risks. And that will not, promote the sovereignty that we're trying to achieve, and data residency we are trying to achieve, and all of that. So I like also the fact that you have a strategic roadmap for enhancing the maturity of what you do, particularly around enforcing mandatory DNSSEC, okay, as part of your registry activities. That is very fantastic because prevention is always cheaper and better than cure. We also talked about promoting zero trust for domain registrars. That's very fantastic idea. But it's as good as to the extent to which you enforce that. And of course, the KYC validation. These are basic processes that should be in place, right? Know your customers, ensuring that people are who they claim to be, and there's a limited or no anonymity, encouraged. You also mentioned the issue of cross-border DNS collaboration. We're talking about Africa. You reference frameworks that we can all benefit from if we just look into it and begin to implement what is in those frameworks, like the Maluba Malabo, not Malabo Convention documents, so which aligns with global frameworks. You talked about your philosophy around your DNS services, that you are not just about having a phone book for the internet, but a means of digital protection as a competitive advantage for the country. It's also a route for trust, the means for trust. And so these are very insightful philosophy and foundational principles that we can all adopt all over Africa. And like a mentor of mine used to say, that good practices are as good as those who practice them. So we know what to do now. We are blessed if we do them. So I would like to use this opportunity to maybe co-opt Dr. James Olufuye, who is also an expert in this area, to intervene. Would you like to contribute to the questions I asked Mr. Wisdom? Donko, Dr. Jimson, are you available to make your contributions? Then I'll go back to Dr. Akimbo to talk about what we can do, what lessons we can learn from global privacy models, for African context. And the reason why I'm asking Dr. Akimbo that question is because he said that we talk so much about local context. But if something is already working, why are we reinventing the wheel? And I agree with you. Sometimes we have this false pride that everything must come from us. But that is not. We are part of humanity, and we must own everything that humanity has developed. It's ours. The fact that it didn't originate from here doesn't mean we can't own it. So for me, that's my belief that it doesn't mean that whatever doesn't comes from there is superior, but we have to be willing to build on whatever has been built, and we get better. We stand on the shoulders of giants so that we can see further, like Isaac Newton said. So Dr. James Olufuye, and then I'll come back to Dr. Akimbo. I hope I've given Dr. Akimbo enough time to gather his thoughts. All right, so Dr. Olufuye, please, your intervention is welcome now.
Thank you very much. The lead consultant, practice lead at AfICTA, chairman of AfICTA.
Thank you.
Mr. Opeyemi Onifade, treasurer of the Africa ICT Alliance and distinguished board member and ICT champion as well. And fellow panelists, greetings. I want to appreciate Wisdom, Dr. Akimbo, for those wonderful presentation and discussion. Yeah, I could see Professor Nana Wakama getting ready as well. Okay, our chair is also here, deputy chair. Greeting to everyone. It is a very interesting topic. We're talking about digital trust in Africa. Of course, a lot have been shared. Excellent discussion so far. There's no point in reinventing the wheel. Even as much as we look at the global perspective, it's a serious thing around the world, and a lot of intervention has been done around the world. So there's nothing wrong if we adapt a lot locally. But specifically, let me define some things. When we talk about trust, it's a weighty word, actually, because it means a firm belief in the reliability or truth. Somebody said, I will keep your data. I will protect your data in my system. And you see a lot of breaches. So can we say trust is breached? Yes. So how much trust can we now give? So it's a real challenge. It's a real challenge, and we have moved online, and there's no going back. So this has to be strengthened, and this calls for us, professionals, to really up our games and to do our best with regard to maturity. With regard to DNS, which is kind of a foundation, as Dr. Akimbo and Mr. Wisdom mentioned, DNS is very key because without that underlying infrastructure, we will not have the internet as we have it. And that's why we commend the work of ICANN. And we are proud that AfICTA is also part of the ICANN community, strengthening the DNS ecosystem policy development around the world, and also overseeing the management of the IANA function of ICANN. So a key point to securing DNS, of course, has been mentioned, DNSSEC. Yes, progress has been made with regard to the installation or the onboarding of DNSSEC. I could recall in 2013, we organized the first DNSSEC workshop in Nigeria in collaboration with NIRA and other stakeholders. And ICANN has been doing a lot of roadshows. So about 154 countries or CCTLD and other GTLD have onboarded DNSSEC around the world. But the onboarding rate is still low in Africa. I think about 45%. I think Nigeria is already wrapping up their own DNSSEC installation. I think it should have been finalized now. I think Ghana, as from what Mr. Wisdom said, they're already on the road to finalizing DS2. So all the GTLDs and the CCTLDs need to be secured. And of course, we know the need for other security framework, like the extended validation, SSL, encryption, even on domain systems, very, very important. So it's possible to secure these systems, but we just need to onboard the right personnel, the right channel, and the right policy to handle this. As I mentioned, the United Nations takes cybersecurity very seriously, not just cybersecurity, ICT security generally. In fact, it's part of the action line C5 of the WSIS plus 20 review we are doing right now. And there have been a lot of talk about it, especially in the age of AI, security of the AI, even the security of data as well. It must serve our needs. And transparency is important in this space. Accountability is very important. Yes, it has been mentioned. And I think our system of governance encourages this, and it should be strengthened. That's democracy, for that matter. So we need a kind of a check and balance system to sustain it, not a direct top-bottom, not top-bottom management, bottom-up. And that is the ICANN model of multi-stakeholder engagement, bottom-up. So there has to be bottom-up engagement, not a top-down, not any overruling president or chairman directing that is what must be done. It must be based on consensus. ICANN is a role model on consensus building, so we must use this best practice. The next Mundia plus 10 statement made it clear that we must bring every stakeholder on board to discuss this. And I appreciate that some agencies are even taking this very, very seriously, their mandate. In Nigeria, we have NCC, NIDA, NIRA. They are doing a lot to sensitize the people. Awareness is very important. I think it was Monday, Nigeria had a public hearing on a long-awaited digital economy bill in the parliament, and AfICTA made contributions. So I want to appreciate the AfICTA Nigeria lead for that at least contribution. So we need to engage, and I want to appreciate all the people that are making it possible for us to have the summit every time. We need to continue to discuss. We cannot stop discussing. We cannot stop ruminating and brainstorming on this. In fact, we're going to discuss it too at the next United Nations General Assembly, as I mentioned yesterday, in New York, December 15. So bringing some African countries, ministers, we are coming together, discuss a digital cooperation, and the need to build that digital trust is very important. This is the way to go. And finally, on this note, I've mentioned the solution we have also brought on the table. We can actually involve some things in our part of the world. I appreciate the effort of Mr. Onifade. We are proud of your work in AfICTA. You are a lead there. You are a shining light. We appreciate you, and we want more people to emulate what you're doing, so we can bring us good product from global south, from Africa in particular. And specifically, there is a solution we have come up with. That is the tripod cybersecurity maturity model. which I in particular came up with this idea to make it possible and easy for any enterprise, for any organization, for any countries to check their cybersecurity maturity, check the degree of trust people can have on your infrastructure. So you can use it. It's freely available right now. All the ones available, they are not free. You can't easily access them. You have to pay heavily. But this one is free. You can use it for now. So those are kind of the contribution we want from the Global South. We have the capability. We have the ability to evolve. And we can evolve through our own local experiences that we can even export around the world. And I'm proud to say that even this solution has been used by some stakeholders in the US, in Brazil, in Mexico, and in the EU. And they got excellent comparative results to the global standard with the DCI, is the ITU DCI. So on this note, I want to say thank you for listening. And thanks for ICANN for their contribution and continuous support. Bobotien, thank you. So I'll stop here for now.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Olufuye, for bringing everything together. What AfICTA is doing, and how we are keen to what ICANN is doing, and also the local contributions. So you gave Nigeria as an example of how AfICTA Nigeria is engaging to promote the digital capabilities and governance in Nigeria. Okay, so thank you very much for that. So I would like to now go back to Mr. Dr. Akimbo Adebumi. Are you ready to answer your question? Okay, so how do we leverage good practices, global best practices, right? So instead of saying, okay, let us start from scratch and invent the wheel and then not get any headway out of that. So how do we, what are the guiding principles that you want to share with us on how to go about leveraging what is already on ground and building on it to fast track and jumpstart our development?
Okay, so based on your question, I quickly did a 7 point that I'm going to share with us quickly, and also looking at time. We know that Africa is at a pivotal point, and the arrays of cyber threats is always increasing. So it is crucial for building resilient digital infrastructures. So, but before I go to those 7 points, like I mentioned, I also want to touch on the key issue that we need to pay attention to, and that's policy. That's policy development, policy recommendations for Africa. One is the political commitment to elevate cybersecurity and data protection to a top-level national and regional priority. It is very important. We must consider the African Union's digital transformation strategy. Two is investing in human capital. I was fortunate to be there in 2013 when we had the first DNSSEC training. And like I said, 3-4 years ago, DNS Africa initiated an academy, DNS Africa Academy, that domesticated what we call the Nigerian DNS Forum, using the Nigerian DNS Academy as a point of touch with businesses in Nigeria to sign the root servers, going green, the DNSSEC, so to say. And finally, when it comes to the issue of policy promoting African-led solution, of course, this led to your question of saying, what are the global practices that we can adopt from? And one of them is to develop a comprehensive national cybersecurity strategy across Africa. Many developed nations have detailed national cybersecurity strategies that outline policies, legal framework, roles of government agencies, critical infrastructure protection, and international cooperation. Don't forget that Wisdom mentioned collaboration. There is no way you collaborate that we do not cooperate. And if Africa is to learn anything, we need to move beyond ad hoc responses. So far, so good. It looks like we're just practicing ad hoc responses to actionable cybersecurity strategies. This should not be our case. We should, of course, also understand that there are also other organizations that are trying, like ECOWAS, SADC, and AU. We should look at the document that they have on ground, the projection that they have for Africa, and begin to say, moving into investing in human capital and capacity building. When it comes to global practice, you go to the US, UK, and Israel, they invest heavily in cybersecurity. They start from the primary school to university. They create special cyber defense units. They promote continuous professional development. We are still short of technicals. We still do not have enough technicals, and we need to build on it. It is a critical vulnerability across Africa. To integrate cybersecurity into educational curricula is a must. To establish specialized cybersecurity training centers and certification is a must. And partnering with global universities and tech companies to transfer knowledge and skills. There are so many countries that are talking about transfer of skills because they're working with multinationals. But unfortunately, it still does not seem visible. Developing talents in both public and private sector is a score mark to ensuring that we're trying to adopt best practice and global practice for local interventions. Another thing that has worked in some African countries, for example, there was a mention of NIRA as far back as 2013. NIRA is a public-private partnership, and it is functional, and is an example of global success. Effective cybersecurity relies on a seamless collaboration between government. You cannot work without government. It is not possible. There are so many things that government would allow us to do. Again, going back to policy and the enforcement of the law emanating from such policy. And the private sector, of course, we own and operate most of this critical infrastructure. We develop the security solutions, but that collaboration must not just be seen, it must be felt by the end user. Now, another thing that we must also learn from this, pardon me, is how to engage consistently and continuously. Creating the trusted information platforms for cyber threats, incentivizing local cybersecurity innovations and solution development. This is speaking now to the local content expert within Africa, who needs to understand that collaborating on incident response and critical infrastructure protection is a way forward to reaching the mark. Again, I've mentioned issues around legal and regulatory frameworks. I've mentioned issues against issues where we call cyber diplomacy. That is also looking at how we can actively engage in bilateral and multilateral forums. Wisdom mentioned the WISIS Plus, which is ongoing at the moment. It is a way of taking our own cybersecurity norms and sharing best practices across Africa. Finally, we must cultivate a culture of cybersecurity awareness, especially in Africa. Minor issues around phishing, malwares, a strong password, multi-factor authentications are still very far from us. And to cap it all, understanding the shift from preventing all attacks, which is impossible, but to build resilience frameworks or dashboards that allow us to quickly respond to cyber incidents. This is a lesson that would allow Africa to build what you can call a robust incident response plan and capability. Don't forget, for another day, capacity is different from capability. When you discuss issues of capability, you must also understand capacity demands capacity training. Finally, within this particular framework, you must ensure that we plan ahead on backups and recovery systems. We must consider regular security audits, which I doubt if the average African is taking into consensus. We have experts in Africa who actually can deal with what you call security audits, penetration testing, and because it is AfICTA, we're on AfICTA. Business continuity planning to minimize disruption from attack is a key product to the solution at hand. I believe that by diligently adopting and adapting these best practices, African nations can significantly enhance its cybersecurity posture, protect their digital assets, and ensure that the digital revolution truly benefits all their citizens. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I strongly align with your submission. As part of what I do daily is to help organizations to adopt and adapt frameworks like ISO 27001, PCI DSS, Payment Card Industry Data Security Standards, need cybersecurity frameworks, could be it for IT governance. So the books have been written, but like the insult that has been perpetuated about us, that if you want to hide something from an African, the safest place to hide it is inside a book because it's not going to get to it, right? So we need to change that narrative because the books are written already, and we need to learn how to use them. The solutions are there, but the question is whether we're going to implement, right? All the workshops, all the talk shops need to become workshops, right? We need to put it to work because nothing works without a worker. I can read what Professor Nina is sharing here, that thanks Akibo for bringing in the investment perspective. In technology, we don't do raw talents alone. People need to be trained, recubed, and given the agency. Competency is built, not prayed for, right? So I like to say behind everything that works, there is a worker, right? So we need to ensure that we work out what we actually want to see, work out our vision, get our hands dirty. And the best way, the easiest way to fast track this is take the standards and begin to adopt them and then adapt them. That means that you make them fit for your use, make them fit for your purpose. Thank you very much for that. I think we have few we have just about 12 minutes to go. Mr. Peter Akeremi is the CEO of CompSoftNet Technologies Limited. And I would like to, just to take advantage of your presence to help to maybe contribute to the concept around capacity building. Do you think that, we've talked about the importance of that, capacity building, competency development? What do you think we are doing well and what are we not doing well when it comes to capacity building? Are we doing the right things, or are we setting up ourselves to be successful at the wrong things? Because you can be successful at the wrong things. You can do a wrong thing well. So are we getting the right training done? Are we doing them well? Are we getting the value? Are we delivering to the stakeholders? Are we getting the value out of all these so many capacity building? Do we have the right curriculum? Do we have the right target audience? Are we teaching the right things? So what would you like to say? I don't want to preempt you, Mr. Peter Keremi, to that. So as we now, after your contribution, we'll open the floor for contributions from anyone. If you have something to say or to add to this contribution, please just raise your virtual hand, your virtual finger, and then I will call upon you to make your contribution. Over to you, Mr. Peter Keremi.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Bayemi, and my apology for coming in late. The time different issue. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that wonderful question. With regards to capacity building, whether we're doing the right thing or not, I would say we need to have a mindset shift in capacity building when it comes to how we train in Africa. In terms of, talent, we have that in abundance in Africa, but we need to be able to adapt whatever curriculum or whatever standard we are applying. And one of the things in my research and I have observed is that even the so-called West are still even struggling in terms of, training, in terms of building their skill gap. The same thing, we need to learn from, from the West and from people that have gone ahead of us, but not that we need to blindly learn. We need to learn and adapt that to our system. And one of the things, when I said mindset shift, is that we need to look at in terms of our policy, our governance. We need to look at it in terms of our technical capability. When securing the internet phone book, we need, like two part. The first part is the technical part. The second part is the regulatory part, the governor part. When it comes to, the data protections, when it comes to her design of how to govern, the internet phone books and also critical infrastructure. We need to, like Akimbo said, that we need to start from our curriculum in school. And we need to be able to inculcate, we need to be able to raise the right talent, the right skill, in the right, what it means to Africa, because we need to define that. We don't need people to define that for us because we have the abundance. Yes, we can borrow different kind of things, but we need to come on. And when it comes to safeguarding critical infrastructure and cyberspace in Africa, we need to start looking at it in our own way. We need to bring it home and say, what does it mean to us? And one of the things I see is that we run rat race. What do I mean by that? We run based on what others have achieved and what they are telling us to do without looking at where we are, how we got there, or how we're going to get to where we need to get there. And another thing is we adapt their blueprint without thinking of where we are in infrastructure and how do we need to safeguard that. In terms of what do we need to do, we need to go back to the drawing board. Yes, we're doing a lot. We've seen different, people coming up with different kind of training. There is a lot we need to do when it comes to training. We need to go to the drawing board. We need to understand what does it mean to actually safeguard African cyberspace to us, not defined by, the West or, other regions or imposing on us. Because when it comes to cyberspace, I define it as a supply chain ecosystem. Everything is integrated, everything is interwoven. But when it comes to the West, the West, we define this is what we have, and this is what we need to do, and this sticks to that. But when it comes to Africa, when it comes to, securing our own infrastructure, we don't trust our own inner ability. We trust the external to secure our own infrastructure. Excuse me, when the so-called cyber attack happens, then what happened? So we'll safeguard whose house? We need to think about that. The first thing is we need to identify what it is that we're training. And do we really understand what we are defending? And how does it mean to us? I am sorry to say, I was doing a research because my research center on critical infrastructure. And we were to partner or we were to do a research with an institute. And they told us that because we do not have some certain criteria, we cannot join the research. And as a result, we're unable to do because they are protecting their confidentiality and whatever it is that they're processing, they're protecting. The same thing in Africa. We need to do the same. We need to know what it is that we're protecting. Even if it's not that, it doesn't really matter to other people. It matters to us. The first thing is we need to define that. We need to set a pace. We need to set the standard. We need to start putting mechanism in place in terms of changing our curriculum. How serious are we when it comes to training our people? And I do hear that, most of these things are now created by us. And do we really understand, the value to it? Because if you create something, you know how to do it. And that is why in my the slide I presented, I say there is two part in securing this. And that two path, the first path is when it comes to, the securing the technology, the perimeter itself, when you're talking about the hands-on. And the second part talks about the governance aspect when it comes to harmonization of policy. Even the sole policy that we have in Africa, it's a copycat. Do we develop them by ourselves? If we develop them, then we'll be able to train in the right way. And now is a time for us because the world is not waiting. The world is not waiting. The train is moving. We need to be able to define this. We need to be able to identify. Now, most of like all my research has been looking at, threat actors to critical infrastructure.
I,
Even this,
I have to cut you now, Mr. Aka. I'm really enjoying the conversation. Unfortunately,
okay, so
we didn't have you in on time, and we have just 3 minutes to go, and people are
my
raising their
apology
hands.
for that. Yeah.
They want to also make some contributions, but you are saying some very important things around looking inwards. Do we even know? I mean, there's a saying that until a problem is properly defined, no solution for it can be found. So have we properly defined our cybersecurity problems, or we are looking, or we have solutions that are looking for problems, because I see a lot of projects we have done, then we don't even know sometimes why we have done the project, and what value the project is supposed to deliver to us. So you see a lot of solutions, cybersecurity solutions, are looking for problems. Somebody has sold it, made money out of it, but you have not been able to capture any value for your African business because you don't know what you are doing. Okay, so thanks, Mr. Akinremi. I don't want to be bad from moderating next time because I didn't respect people's time. So I have ADV's hands on. Somebody's if you want to contribute now, so Nandifa Saluba is a question, is a contribution. Please go ahead and have the floor. So Mr. Peter is here to answer you. Mr. Wisdom is here to answer you. Dr. Adebumi is here to answer you. So please go ahead as we quickly. Saluba, are you there? You may unmute yourself and get online. Nandifa Saluba, we can't hear you.
She is not promoted. I don't think she'll be able to have a mic on. And actually, time is off, actually. So you might need to send a message. You might send a message for response later.
Yeah, so we can't hear you. So if you can send your message, I will read it out to everyone. Okay. Otherwise, so I would just like to have final thoughts, right? My session is supposed to be for 1 hour, 15 minutes, but Shegun took some of my time, so I'll take back my time. All right, 3 minutes. All right, so just final thoughts. I would like Mr. Wisdom Donko, just 1 minute. Your final thoughts, things we were not able to extract from you that you believe you must say.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think one other thing that we also need to be looking at is the internet exchange point. And in order for us to kind of reduce the cost of the internet access within the continent, we need to look at the internet exchange point and maybe promote one regional to promote a regional integration, a kind of maybe a Pan-African internet exchange point where national ISPs forming a continental interconnection fabric so that we can have our activities within the continent, and also at the national level, we should have this internet exchange point to promote local access and all of that. And then one other thing that I would say is that for us at the Ghana Domain Name Registry, we are looking at zero rating all government platforms through an internet exchange point locally so that government services will be accessible to all citizens within the country. So if we're able to do it, and then have the African Pan-African Internet Exchange from maybe through the African Union or whichever body will help us largely retain most of our data within the country, do business within ourselves, within the country, and all that. So that is the last thing that I want to add.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wisdom Donko, for sharing from your wealth of experience. It's been a very insightful contribution from you. Dr. Adebumi Akimbo, your final word in 30 seconds to 45 seconds.
10 seconds, 45 seconds, 5 seconds already gone. I said something in the chat room. Mr. Akpayemi is a solution in himself. He knows what I'm saying. So please be on the lookout for him. I'm moving from him to my remaining 30 seconds or 25 seconds. Culturally relevant awareness campaign needs to go out and to ensure that we educate our young people, starting from the grassroots. This is a low-level general cybersecurity awareness strategy that I believe can help develop its basic cyber hygiene into school curricula. If we start from catching them very young, we will remove the secret from the book and expose it before they get to our stage. It may look like a long term, but it's a low-hanging fruit that can help us if government and with private entities go into ensuring that we put out all our efforts to groom the next generation. This generation can still make it happen, but the next generation must be prepared, considering that we now have artificial intelligence and the ethics behind it to look at and to contest it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Akimbo, for the kind words that you have shared about me. And I would like to hear finally from Mr. Akinremi Taiwo Peter, just your final words, about our topic of today. Are you there, Mr. Peter?
Yes.
All right. Please go ahead.
So for me, I will focus because a lot has been said. I'll focus on how to strengthen our cyberspace through a strategic focus that combine a strategic investment and harmonization of regulatory landscape, and as well as capacity building that focus on African identity, what it is that we stand for and what we want to protect.
Thank you very much. We can't protect what we don't recognize or what we don't identify. And so that brings to the end of this very interesting, engaging session, cybersecurity and digital trust, safeguarding Africa's digital space through DNS security and data protection. Thank you, Mr. Wisdom Donko. Thank you, Dr. Akimbo Adebumi. Thank you, Mr. Peter Akinremi. Thank you, Dr. Jimson Olufuye. And bye for now. And see you later in life on LinkedIn, everywhere, and enjoy the rest of your day. Over to you, Mr. Shegun.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Akpayemi Onifade, for moderating a very illuminating session, which we just had. It was really a nice reflection, and we appreciate all the views that our speakers have brought forth for the session. For example, I noted the fact that DNS is a foundation of internet, and it is the internet phone book translating human readable addresses. For example, we have AfICTA.Africa. There is an IP address at the background of that. So it is the DNS that translates that. So you can imagine if the DNS is compromised, it becomes so easy for attackers to redirect users to fake websites, and then a lot of atrocities could be carried out. So Africa's digital transformation indeed depends on trust. And we appreciate the fact that we've done justice to this topic on the 13th AfICTA Summit. And we want to appreciate all the speakers, Shegun, Mr. Wisdom Donkor, Executive Director, Africa Open and Internet Research Foundation, Ms. Tokomiya couldn't make it. Dr. Akimbo Adebomi, thank you for all the wonderful submissions you've made. And Mr. Peter Akinremi, thank you for all the submission. We really appreciate your views. Before we go on to the next session, of course, there's going to be a market. We'll go to the market, but before we go to the market, I would like to request for the just concluded session so that we can take a group photo. Please switch on your cameras. Are you still there?
Okay.
All right, that is great. Mr. Kwayemi Unifade.
You're muted. You're muted.
Shegun, you are
Oh,
muted.
apologies for that. What about Mr. Donko? Mr. Donko?
Hello, what else you want?
How could you put
I
on
want
your camera?
Oh, okay.
For a picture.
yes.
All right, at the countdown of 3, 3, 2, 1, and there you are. We have the picture. Thank you so much for joining. We will be going for a short market break. We want to promote our sponsors. And in the next 6 minutes, thereabout, we'll be back for the next session. I want to encourage you to stay tuned. This next session is going to be on digital governance and policy harmonization towards a robust digital Africa. And I can see majority of our panelists already with us. So stay tuned for that session. Thank you.
ideas and also collaborating. But we also establish, topical workshops that really address, issues such as, copyright issues, the brands, and the domain names, how do you understand those things, and the whole legal.
So at the Global App Economy Conference, we bring app makers and technology builders together with policymakers so that we can better understand each other.
You can't create a policy if you don't know who the people are. I think a lot of policy is being created without actually speaking to SMEs.
Policymakers are able to connect with their constituents at a great rate, but not the small businesses. And a lot of the large corporations, while they're important to our ecosystem, they may have a potential larger voice. These kind of conversations also drive the economy.
It's important to have tech policy discussions specifically for small businesses so that we can directly elevate our voices and our concerns.
The App Association is both giving us a network of people to interact with and to connect with so that we can build our business whilst also giving us a voice.
Events like this really help us connect with other people that are maybe dealing with some of the same issues.
For me, it's learning a lot about these policies and being able to talk to people that are subject matter experts on these policies.
As long as we keep taking these opportunities, eventually we can move the needle on things.
The work that we're doing together with the App Association is amazing. I am really a fan and supporter of it.
The small companies are trying to change the world. They are the closest to their customers. They're passionate about their products, and they can share direct stories about how the policies that the people in these buildings are envisioning will affect them. And that is really important. That's an important conversation that needs to be had.
In today's digital world, organizations need more than technology. They need clarity and a trusted partner to guide their transformation. Contemporary Consulting Limited is that partner. Based in Abuja, Nigeria, we are a global brand built on the synergy of people, process, and technology. For over 30 years, we've turned complex challenges into simple, cost-effective, and reliable solutions for high-profile clients.
All right, so we're back from the promoting our sponsors for today. We want to start promptly to ensure that we're able to manage the time and then have sufficient time to trash out what is meant to be trashed out on this next session. I so much believe that our panelists are well ready to kickstart the session. And without further ado, I will be calling on the distinguished personality that is going to take on moderating this session, who is very much with us today, Mr. Inyeke Mabunta. Mr. Inyeke Mabunta is the CEO Tech Law Development Services, and is also a board member of AfICTA and the national coordinator of AfICTA in Nigeria. So I welcome Mr. Inyeke Mabunta to this panel session. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. And can you hear me? A bit of a sound check. A bit of a sound check. Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
We can see you. Okay, thank you. I'm happy to join at this time. I didn't quite hear the preceding introductions by Kayode, but I had the last, so I was introduced. But I assume my colleagues, my panelists are here. I can see Prof. So Wakama. I can also see Wumi Hassan. But how about Benga? So are you in the room?
I can see Benga.
Yes, sir. Oh, fantastic. Everybody is here. Fantastic. So we'll have an hour, 15 minutes or thereabouts to drill down and drill deep into the topic, hopefully. So good afternoon, or good morning, actually. It's still morning in my part of the world. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished board members of AfICTA, and anyone else who's joined this interesting summit. I would not waste time with any preview or introductions about the topic myself. I'll let the excellent professionals themselves to educate us. But my approach will be to begin with the rudimentary parts. And then the ground rules for me will be one, don't stay on a point for a long time. I'd be happy if you can do 2 minutes or even less on each point you want to make. That's number one. By the way, I use the term ground rules. I actually would have said agreements of love and respect instead of ground rules. I don't set rules, but I love respect. The second will be second agreement of love and respect would be to feel free to not just to jump in really in that sense, but to add to a point a previous panelist had made. Make it conversational. You can indicate by simply saying, can I add to this? Because I'm using a system that won't be able to see all the hands if you raise them. So feel free to also talk a bit. Just draw my attention and say, can I add to that? So make it conversational. Let's not make it very stuck up. So those are the two main things. The third one will be to never attack a point in a negative point of view. Express an alternate view, but please don't attack a point because everyone is correct in a sense because perspectives are always different. So on that note, I would let my panelists introduce themselves in 30 seconds each, starting with Benga. And please let me also use first names, if you don't mind. Benga.
I definitely don't mind, sir.
Fantastic. I know you. Good.
My name is Ben Gasson. I work with Paradigm Initiative. We are a regional, that is Pan-African nonprofit that works in digital policy on the continent of Africa. Thank you. It's great to be here.
For my sake, could you turn up your volume slightly? My system is not as good as yours.
Done. Thank you.
Great. I appreciate that. Okay. So would Nenda go next?
Thank you, Inye. Can you please all hear me?
A bit, I can hear you, but not very clear for me.
Great. My name is Nena Wakama. I come from the internet. And please, could you kindly remove the professor title in front of my name? I'm not a professor and I do not use titles. My name is Nena. I come from the internet. Period. Thank you.
Nena Internet is fine, right? Fantastic. Take out the cross if you can. Okay, great. Thank you. Nena has an internet background or origin. That's fine. I like that introduction. So let's hear Wumi.
Good morning, everybody from all over the world. My name is Wumi Azan. I think I would like to adopt Nena's. I'm Wumi Azan. Thank you for having me.
Okay, great. So since you're the last to speak, be the first to intervene. I would like that all of those on the call shouldn't be assumed to know everything about digital governance and any ancillary comment about policy harmonization. Those two concepts I like us to break down for a start. And I'm asking that Wumi go first, keep it short, simple, but straight. And all panelists will give their perspectives on those two two terms, and then we'll proceed from there. Just give us a context. What is it really when we say digital governance? And then why does policy harmonization come in? Wumi? After Wumi, Benga. After Benga, then Nenna.
Okay, thank you so much. I think going by what we just heard from the last webinar, it's obvious that the issues around digital governance, it's a whole broad thing. And from country to country, we seem not to be able to define what exactly this means to us, like one of those speakers said. But if you ask me, I will tell you that digital governance is being able to understand your local governance nature and be able to appropriately situate what digital context you want to run. And because linking it up to policy, it is obvious that we do not have, we have a conversation around policies all over Nigeria, all over different countries in Africa. But many times I ask questions too, and I say, what does policy mean? Who is deciding this policy? What is the policy that governs internet has to do with different countries? Because from my perspective and understanding, and of course being an expert on policy, I realize that even for Nigeria, policy that is federal government done is not applicable in all parts of Nigeria. What you see in Lagos is not what you should expect in Ekiti State or in Zamfara State or in Akwa Ibom State. So the question around discussing policy or digital governance, for me, I would want to localize it. And until we begin to localize it, we will not get the result. So in context, I would like to put digital governance as the governing of how we manage digital entities, digital personalities. I was excited to hear the last webinar, somebody mentioning capacity and capability. They are completely different things. And unfortunately, we assume they are, because what we need to have...
You have just a few seconds left on that matter.
Yes, I'm rounding it up for you.
Great, thank you.
So what I would define as digital governance, I will tell you that it is contextual and it is environmentally dictated, but we need to have what exactly is the global digital governance structure, what is a policy that is governing us at the global level, and how do we break it down to our local level? Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Those last 3 points are quite clear to me. Benga, in intervening, if you wish, if you don't want to intervene, I would ask you a different question, but you can do both. You can intervene and also give an example, practical example of digital governance in a manner that any layman can relate with it. Wumi has given a definition clear enough with her last 3 statements, made it clear, brought them home, those concepts, policy, digital governance, how to localize them. Excellent. But Benga, is there an example you have in your own intervention while you're explaining?
Thank you so much. I will give practical examples. I mean, apparently, digital governance is about the framework, different things come into that framework, the design of the policies, the regulatory aspects, how you manage the, digital services, and also the fact that it's a multi-stakeholder process. But a practical example, when you talk about digital governance, and I'll give a few examples. I'll give an example of a policy, an example of a process. An example of a policy in digital governance is how the infrastructure and the framework with which we manage digital data. So you can talk about data policy frameworks, you can talk about data legislation, you can talk about, data protection laws. This is an example. There's an example of a process, which is not exactly a policy document, but a very simple example that many of us on this call may be aware of is the Internet Governance Forum. The Internet Governance Forum is a process, but it answers all the questions that digital governance answers. Stakeholders, multi-stakeholder. Conversations about policy, conversations about policy. Design of systems, design of systems. Implementation of systems, tick. So these are the two examples, practical examples I'll give. Any legislation or policy instrument that helps you manage a digital space, a digital environment, or a digital process is a good example. Of course, many things then come together to form, digital governance. The second part of your question on policy harmonization, I feel, is very critical. And the reason for that is because laws have borders, policies have borders. There is the law of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. There is the law of the government of Ghana. But in digital space, there are no borders. So it then means that what happens when, for example, there is collaboration in a criminal activity between someone who is physically resident in a country and with another person in another country, what law comes to be? What framework do you then apply? That is the reason why countries cooperate. So policy harmonization is about cooperation between sovereign entities who work together so that they can close all the gaps that exist because of borderless experiences.
Okay. Thank you, Benga. Unfortunately, the network threw me out. I didn't hear those examples I was yearning for. But I think the other colleagues who are on the call would have heard you. I hope you can send me a text later to explain. I want us to move on rather than indulge me and by repeating the point. Let's move on to Nenda. And I think that Nenda has done enough work really in her special area to be regarded as a prof, not an academic prof, but a prof in her field. Can you hear me? Because network seems to be wobbly. Nenda.
We hear you okay.
You can hear me clearly.
Yes,
so
sir.
Take your turn, ma'am. What's your perspective on the interventions by Benga and Wumi regarding the real meaning of digital governance, and then also why talk about policy harmonization? If you have examples to give as well to build on what Wumi had started. Please
I
go on.
think my colleagues have made excellent interventions. I wanted to pick up from where Benga stopped. For your own use, Benga mentioned the Internet Governance Forum. Policy generally refers to the principles and rules, the principles, the rules, the regulations that guide decisions and actions. So for those of us who are from the legal background, or for those of you who are very well aligned with the UN stuff, you feel like they're just talking, they're not doing anything. That's exactly what policy is all about. Policy shows you how to do something, the rules around it, but may not be the one doing it. Okay? But now governance is the actual how of implementing it, measuring it. There's one aspect of governance that everyone in this conversation needs to take particular interest in, and that is power dynamics. Power dynamics. Power dynamics are very key when we talk about governance. Who does what, how, with how much, especially coming from the last session that we were in. You may know how to do something. You may know when to do it. You may have all the knowledge, but if you don't have the power, and sometimes we call it agency, we call it resources, we call it money, whatever you call it. So that the power dynamics is something that I'd like to bring to fore. And for those of you who live in Nigeria, I would not talk about Yerima and Wike when power comes to, that kind of, so it helps you understand that somebody thinks he knows how to do something, but someone is here, I'm doing it, I'm here, and that is the way we do. So power dynamics are very important when we are talking about policy and governance. Now, in the cyberspace, that is our conversation for now. I'm done.
Fantastic. So thank you. But I'm going to hold you on. Don't turn off your microphone. I usually like to let the last person to speak to be the first to start a new area. That's because I'm not eager to have you have a breathing space. I like to push my panelists hard. I apologize, but that's my strategy because all of you have fire in you. You have so much experience. What's burning aside, I don't have a doubt that you can proceed. So let's talk about the work you do, right? Contextualize governance with the efforts that you're familiar with, really. I'm trying to drill down to what the challenges will be, right? But first, let's understand what current digital governance efforts there have been. You can put it together in an area you're familiar with, especially, so we can learn from you. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
We began with the broad
So
definitions. Now we're going down to, yes, go ahead.
to the particular ones. So the work I do as Nena, now I have to think twice. Some of you have known me with the activism part, bringing African voices to the fore, having a space at the table, a World Summit on Information Society, and that's why we're having WISIS Plus 20. That's how some of you know. Some of you have interacted with me as open source, open technology, open data person. And some of you has known me as chief web advocate of the World Wide Web Foundation, doing UN things and internet governance and the like. And the all through that time, um, uh, I've always had a consultancy that has basically advised governments on tech policies, right? And this is what I still do now, working either with the UN or with African Union and all of that. So it's important you understand that I may not be fully open with some of the people I work with because that is also how um, policy, part policy, part tech, part activist, but also part diplomacy. So please indulge me that I may not be able to say everything the way you would want it. But I'm happy to do one-on-one for those of you who have the money to pay for my consultancy. Now, having said that, in Africa, because I believe that's where we are, our policy home is Addis Ababa, is the African Union in terms of technology policy. And it is very important for us to follow how the AU has changed over time. So I'm going to say one or two things. The first is that what we used to know as NEPAD is now ORDA NEPAD, the AU Development Agency. Many people seem to have missed that slight thing that it has moved in not just partnership, but as a pure African development agency, right? That is something we need to take into consideration. So we have the AU Commission, and within the AU Commission in Addis Ababa, we have an ISD, Information and Technology Park. Those are the people who bear the policies across Africa. So someone had mentioned the Malabo Convention. We worked on it from Addis Ababa, from that Chile. Other NEPAD is in South Africa, please. We do have other African policy instances that bear upon digital policies in Africa. One of this is the Smart Africa Alliance. Smart Africa Alliance is based in Kigali, Rwanda, and they're actually doing the Transform Africa Summit as we speak in Guinea, in Conakry, Guinea. Now, these are tech spaces. I have worked in data. So let me say one other thing. The cybercrime, cyberspace, cybersecurity is where most of our rules and regulations and energy seem to be put in. And if you were in the last session, you would have noticed that. But cybersecurity alone cannot do it. Again, it is the rules and the procedures and the processes of how we get things done in the digital world. So cybersecurity alone will not cut it. If you recall, the last crisis that we went through was related to AfriNet, the names and numbers. It had nothing to do with security. It had something to do with human integrity. So even policies on how people to be held accountable in the digital world, in the tech space, is part of things that I am interested in.
Now, I don't know if I'm the one thrown out. My network is challenged.
We can still hear me, but let me round up since I don't want to be hugely speaking. We have issue. We are legislating. We are governing in cybercrime, like I said, media and speech. We are governing in data. We are governing in taxation, and we're also governing in infrastructure. So these are the places I'm working on now. But currently, I'm interested in data and AI. Let me stop there.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you, and thank you for being considerate to also end. Meanwhile, I would ask every speaker who's done speaking to look at the chat box and see the comments and questions, and then when you're ready, you can intervene and give more clarity to what's been raised. Now, I'll go to the gentleman between two giant women. Benga. Benga, I would also want to hear your own context, the things you have done that are clear areas of working towards digital governance, the efforts you have made. And by the way, for every one of you, we will end up talking about the robust digital Africa, whatever that means. It's still not clear to me. So we're still touching, going round and round, but we're going to end up with Africa. And what is that thing that is robust about the digital? Go on, Benga.
Thank you so much. I see that one of my bosses has asked a tough question in the comment section, so I'll take that. Incidentally, it was one of the things I was going to talk about. Let me speak about three things. I'll speak about, first of all, citizen participation, because I know that when we talk about governance, the word governance doesn't translate too well in many African languages. I'm Yoruba. When you translate governance, it almost translates to mean what emperors do, ijoba. And it doesn't, at times, it doesn't even have an exact definition that has to, differentiate between dictating and suggesting in a community. So I believe that when we hear the word governance many times, we think government. When we think government, we think, top down. But governance is never top down. In fact, in my work, I have seen that any top-down policy or any top-down process is going to crash. If it doesn't crash, a dictator will emerge who will force people to pretend and will surround him or herself with sycophants so that they can say, boss, you are doing well, and everybody then aligns. But the real juice of governance is participation by various stakeholders. Much of my work has been around citizen participation. My first introduction into digital governance was in the early days when we were talking about telecenters and cyber cafes were becoming telecenters, and then eventually did some work as a youth caucus member, truly younger at the time, youth caucus member of the World Summit on Information Society. And what we did was literally, there were processes that we were not invited to, that we invited ourselves to those processes, and then contributed to those processes, and then became visible in those processes. Some of those processes were national, some of them were regional. A very national example that I'm sure our moderator may remember was when I led a group of students to invite ourselves to what was called the E-Nigeria Summit. We were not invited, but we invited ourselves. We hired a bus, thankfully donated by Engineer Teacher Mwetu at the time. We put money together to buy fuel, and we drove, one of us volunteers, we drove to Abuja. We got to that meeting, and we listened and learned, but we also contributed. And we then began to create a daily newsletter. That daily newsletter became, fortunately, an almost accepted or adopted formal newsletter to round up summaries for the end of the day. And this is how citizen participation works. You may not be invited, but there's a policy document that is of interest to you. You contribute to it, you shape it, so that you don't end up complaining at the end of the day that, oh, we have bad laws. Bad laws don't happen by accident. Bad laws happen because there is something wrong with the process. It is possible that you contribute as a citizen or as a CSO, civil organization, and your contributions are ignored, but at least you would have contributed. So I will talk about, first of all, citizen participation. The second thing I want to very quickly talk about is the work that I do on the leadership panel. Which is the question that I've been asked directly by Sir Olufuye. The UN Secretary General appointed in August 2022. By the way, I believe that the person who is responsible for me being appointed on that panel is on this call. I think it's Nena, because Nena sent me an email and asked, "Are you interested in this?" And I was like, well, if it's to contribute, I may be interested. And then the next thing, I was being interviewed by the UN Secretary General's office. But so thanks, Nena, for looking out for your brother. We were asked to do a very simple job, right? The Internet Governance Forum had been on for 18 years, 18 to 19 years at a time, and it had a good structure. But there were three things that needed help. One was the funding of it. The second was increasing the visibility of it. Every year, it cost $3 million for the Secretariat to prepare to host the IGF. And that doesn't include the amount of money included in what the country host has to spend. So eventually you're talking of tens of millions of dollars, and that money doesn't come from the sky. It comes from people who contribute continuously, countries and organizations that believe in the process itself. The third thing we were supposed to do was also to mobilize stakeholders to have conversations and make this not be top down. It is already a flat structure where people come to the equal table of brother and sisterhood, government, civil society, technical community, private sector, and all other stakeholders, the media, the academia, and everyone. And our job was to do that. I can tell you now that we're actually submitting maybe final report to the UN Secretary General on what has happened over the last 3 years. And the beautiful thing is that we've seen a growth in the income of the IGF. A lot more countries have committed. And in some cases, all it took was to explain the connection between that global process and their local reality through the NRIs. And by NRIs, I mean the national and regional initiatives. And what I've seen in this work is that when people come to the table with enlightened self-interest, you want better internet access, so you bring that interest to the table. It drives the partnership better. So I've talked about citizen participation, the leadership panel, and now, okay, there's a third question here for me. How do you think culture influences digital governance in Africa? Now, how can they shape our identity? I'll speak very quickly to that in a minute if Mr. Keponta allows me.
Yes, I have 30 seconds though.
In 30 seconds, okay? Culture has influenced in two ways. Number one, there's inferiority complex. Africans are too quick to assume that West is best. No. Context is best. The second way that culture has shaped and influenced is that best practices are best when you compare similar countries. You cannot import what is happening in Brazil or India and bring it to Ghana. It will not work. But when you take something that has worked in Kenya, you can translate that into a similar thing in Tanzania. That is why M-Pesa has worked in East Africa and in most other places where they've tried to borrow M-Pesa. It may not have worked as well. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And there are quite a few highlights, takeaways, but I'll just mention the one about West is best. I'm happy to hear that context is best. That says a lot. But let's move on to Wumi. Now, I don't know whether Nena wanted to intervene, because I had said it's okay to say I want to add something. But otherwise, we're moving to Wumi. Wumi, are you still on the call? I get a shaky internet.
Yes, I am.
Oh, fantastic. You are an expert in policy. This has been known for decades, and also in advocacy. So I would like you to proceed to put it all together. The last two speakers have given context about the work they've done. You have done a lot already. Piece them together in your own response to give us a good feel of what this governance is about in practical terms and how policy relates to them all, then we can proceed after that. I won't give you a chance to breathe. When you finish, I'll take you on still after this one. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. I'm going to take it from what Benga just ended with, and from the examples of the policies I had worked on. While we were trying to do the science, technology, and innovation policy for Nigeria, I realized that something was a big gap. And like what Benga said, all the ministers I was going to work with wanted us to pull something from Finland, from UK, from Malaysia, and just adapt it, because to them, that looks like a climb that Nigeria looked like. And I had to say, no, that's not the way to go about it. We need to engage the different stakeholders. And one of the very big problem we had, and I'm going to say to you, is from the academia. It was a very big bottleneck. The NUC were very resistant. Everybody was really shouting. So we had to take the route through the Academy of Engineers and the Academy of Science professionals. And then we had to convince them, because I'm stating this because when we assume that these policies are just done and people should use them, no, it doesn't work that way. So there is the lobbying part of the policy. And I remember when we finished the draft, after all of those people have agreed with us, the Minister of Education was not agreeing with what we're talking about. And that becomes a big issue, because when you're talking about curriculum and all of those things, and you finish a policy, and the Education Ministry does not even want to see that policy, that becomes a big issue. So the point of lobbying became a big issue. And I remember talking to the Director General I was working with. I said, sir, you are the host of this policy. We need a National Assembly. Oh, they said, no, they should be the last people to rubber stamp it. I said, no, they should be the first people to hear about what we want to do. And then, because we need to carry them along, and they are going to, interesting things I've seen in the country policy processes in Nigeria is that you can meet somebody who has a political power, and then the person can go and submit a bill to the National Assembly when there is no policy facilitating that bill, unfortunately. And I've seen it a whole lot. And unfortunately, some of our people in the IT sector are the propaganda, they are the ones that perpetrate these attitudes. I've been to a meeting and I'm wondering, where is the policy that we are defending this bill on? And there was no policy at all. So the policy process must be honored. We need to come up with the agenda setting. What exactly do we want to achieve? And that must come from stakeholders. That must come from the way Benga described the way the youth came to the Nigeria. Maybe Benga, you should be aware that now we are even at the digital Nigeria, which is the new Nigeria. And it's still the same policy, it's still the same problem. I remember sharing this female side event with so many people and they were shocked. Oh, you mean digital Nigeria is going on and we are not aware? So the problem of awareness creation to the main people who are supposed to be contributors to this policy process is very, very key. I must tell you that in that process of that policy, when we got to the FEC for the presidency to approve it, we saw how some people came together and they felt, no, we're not carried along. Presidents must never approve that policy. Again, it goes beyond writing the blueprints. The content is fantastic and all of that. We need to understand that process. We need to bring everybody that needs to be there. Every time, the last webinar section that we're just listening, I was just smiling when everybody was saying curriculum. Which curriculum? Recently, I was told, I just met with somebody in the education and I was showing them what we have done, how we have produced a solar vehicle in my organization. And they told me, no, they want diasporans to come in and be teaching lecturers. And I said, which diaspora? Tell me which of the diaspora will understand the problem that is local and be able to teach the lecturer that should know. So we have multifaceted issues around policy processes. We need to begin to do advocacy. If there is a process of a strategy in a policy that needs to be engaging educational institutions, we need advocates to take those in the educational institution to task and discuss what exactly is their role in that policy. And to wrap it up, Very recently, the Ministry of Education did a policy on ICT for education. I think I saw Professor Nike Oshofisa earlier. I don't know if she's still here. Prof was part of that process, maybe the consultant. But I just came in at the last validation day, like Benga said, almost like gates crashing. One of them just mentioned and I said, I'm coming. And I realized that almost every point in that policy is not even making any meaning to anybody in the industry. And that's the problem. So the industry players, the ecosystem must be harnessed in this policy process. We must carry them along. You know, all of what we do in the ICANN, in a different governance structure, how do we bring it down to the local level? When we run IGF in Nigeria, for instance, who are the participants in IGF? They are the same set of people that are there at the global level, that are there at the international level, and they will be the ones to gather in the local level. So how do you get that to reach out to the locals and to understand it? I really think it is time for us to begin to consider who we call the CBOs, the community-based organizations. We need to bring them on board. We need to harness a lot of NGOs. We need to ensure that whatever it is that is a process anyway, people are aware of it. People know what to do with it. And at the same time, there is a lobbying part. The lobbying part where we need the power people, where we talk about politicking about it. We need to meet the right stakeholders. We need them to push an agenda on the policy, and it will work. I think for now, I'm going to stop at that.
Wow,
Uncle Kem, I hope
fantastic.
you heard.
Thank you. I heard every word. I heard every word you spoke. And all three of you have made very powerful interventions. I'm excited. This is rich. But however, I want you all to please look at the chat box again. There are even more interesting questions and suggestions coming up. And I do hope this has been recorded for future transmission and popularization. The content is rich to me, and what excites me really is the interest shown by those who are in attendance. All right, so, but I'm not going to let you go, Wumi. I promise that I'll still tag on along. I would like to say that you have hinted at quite a number of challenges, because that was where I was going to. But I'm not satisfied yet. You've made suggestions, advocacy, lobby, things like that. My own question is, do a little more and talk about how those things can be done. You can have a rehash of the recommendations if you want to go back and point 1, 2, 3 challenges, and then give specific processes that will help who should do what, for instance. Not general, we should. Let's go into institutions or persons or whatever and recommend. So we can tie up these things very clearly. Let it not just be a talk shop. Let it be a full process where we identify the problem, identify those who should solve them, and what they should do. The 3 levels. What's the problem? Who should solve them? And how should they solve them? If you can, whatever you can. But if you also prefer to go to the chat box and pick questions you think you should want to respond to, you're free. This time, I'm not going to ask you to do 2 minutes because we're going into the real issue for me now. So take your time. We'll have 30 minutes still for the 3 of you. 10 minutes, well, would serve our purpose. Go ahead.
Okay, so can I start with, if I talk about stakeholders engagement?
Yes, you can rehash whatever I said before. Go ahead.
That's the major issue. Okay, sir. So stakeholders engagement across board. And the question is, who should do what? This is the role of the government agencies. Yesterday, here at the Digital Nigeria, we were talking about how do we ensure that we engage female actors or gender-based interested actors in what we talk about in gender issue. And one of the things that came up is database of who is doing what. That's the first thing I think we need to get into doing. Government institution, interesting part for my how many years of working in this sector, I realized that except for maybe someone like Inena, who can identify you and say, come and do this. Dr. Jim Olufuye, who can say, oh, Wumi, this opportunity is here, come and do it. People want to work based on who do I know, who is my friend, who can do things for me and give me a payback. We must change that narrative if these things must work. We must be able to do a database of who is doing what in Nigeria, especially in the digital space. And this thing is not going to be a rocket science thing for us to do. Over years, we can attest to this. Yesterday or few days ago, I can tell you I met so many young people who are telling me, we are doing this, we are doing that, and I'm in Maguduguri, I'm in Adamawa, and all of that. So we need a statewide database of who is doing what on digital space in Nigeria, for instance. And that can go to Kenya, that can go to Ghana, and all of that. That's on stakeholder.
Wumi, I hear you. Sorry to interrupt you. We need a database. Who should develop it? Who? We need.
That's what I'm saying. I said the government institutions.
Government institutions.
Agencies.
Which one?
I know NCC.
Name one or
NCC
two.
did something similar.
NCC
did something similar for telecoms organization and for consumer parliament to know who are the people engaging with consumers. I think NITDA should do the same thing.
The second one is NITDA should specifically. So if we publish this report of recommendations, they should certainly say in this conference, NITDA was mentioned to do so and so. That's fantastic. Thank you for that mention. That's the approach I feel we should go to.
Aside from the NITDA and NCC, there are many organizations like the TTSWG, is the Telecom Regulatory or Sustainability. And this had come up with IHS support. And I know that if we engage them, they have a database of people who are doing things in the telecoms and digital space, and they've had a lot of consultative forum, which I am aware of. And of course, we see in the Kanu Foundation, we see NERA, we see all of this, even AfICTA. So we have a database, but we must harmonize who is doing what. That's number one. Number two, around regulatory framework. There, even on Monday in Nigeria, we saw this, the issue of the bill being presented. Again, we must be able to, we are aware that there is convergence. Where is the convergence? What is making us to do the same thing? Where do we have extra capabilities as an agency or a ministry or even organizations? We must set out those strategies so that we can see how do we know who is regulating what. Today in Nigeria, you see NCC contend with NITDA and even Ministry of Communications. And the question is, because everybody is talking about the same broadband, everybody is managing, a level of this data management and interference infrastructure. That becomes a big issue. And when you talk about digital infrastructure, I think that agencies like NASENI should be brought on board, because again, while I mentioned some of these things, if you remember, NITDA, for instance, was brought out of Science and Tech Ministry. And so many years, we began to, when they came out, we begin to now make it look like they are not part of Science and Tech again. So there's no way we will work in isolation. The same thing for Galaxy Backbone, the same thing for Niche Comsat. All of them were created under the Science and Tech. So in terms of infrastructure, we must work together in that regard. What is it that NASENI is doing with a lot of funding must be extended to adapting to this infrastructure. We talk about manufacturing. We cannot just see what is going on in Science and Tech with what we capture now as communications tech in Nigeria, for instance. So there must be that, handshake, if I put it that way, for us to be able to define who exactly is managing our digital infrastructure. Digital literacy cannot even be overemphasized. Recently, I got to know that EU is doing so much with ensuring that this happens. So who are the entities? Let us identify them. I'm pushing this on database of inventory on who is doing what and how do we collaborate? What level of partnerships do we need? If there is a policy that is coming from EU, a policy from AU, a policy from ECOWAS, I was part of the ECOWAS policy. And I'm asking myself after the policy, over almost a year, who is aware of that in Nigeria? Who is collaborating to do what ECOWAS will expect across the ECOWAS countries for Nigeria and all of that? So finally, I'm going to talk about the public-private partnerships. Again, PPP, Nigeria has shouted it. The question always I ask is, where is the PPP working? Is it working just because I know Nena, I know Benga? If Benga needed to do something, Benga calls Wumi. Wumi does it. Either it is me outsourcing it to somebody else, or it's really the expert that is doing it. We must be clear about all of this. We must make sure that policies are not people doing the right thing. It's not for me to want to do something in those states because it's my state. I call my younger brother to come and do it when he has nothing, no understanding of what is to be done. But because I want to give my younger brother this job, I just see Benga, who is very expert, in that field. That should stop, and we must drive that from the digital space, because now that everybody, even Mr. President, the wife of President, everybody is shouting digital, digital. And every time I see the digital people that sit on the table with them, there is no Gbenga there. There's no Wunmi Azan there. There's no Jimolufuyi there. So the question is, who is the digital person that is supporting government? We have a renewed hope agenda. Everybody says they're more digital. Where is CPN? Where is NCS? And let me tell you this, there are so many policies that have coordinated in Nigeria. We invited CPN, we invited NCS. They came, and after that policy, we didn't hear anything. Again, if you are the one representing your organization, how does everybody in your organization get to know what went to US, went to Germany, went everywhere to go and represent them? What comes back to the whole people to know? We need to begin to place this correctly so that the young people, which we all of us are advocating, young people, youth doesn't even know what is going on from all of us. So we need to get to where we have the right people who are interested, not just by association or by saying I'm clear, but they are passionate to make sure that still young people do it today. And maybe that's a challenge to you. I know you are now big, you are all over, but please, we need you to do that driving force for young people. And I saw one or two comments on the platform saying we want to go that way of Benga. But Benga, I know you are busy, but you have people who are now foot soldiers who can make young people in Nigeria do this. I mean, the force of what happened at Ife then, where the likes of Jobama and Emanch, all of those things happen. I met Segun Olutayo yesterday, who was once a NACOS president. And Segun is doing great now. He's a big guy in what's their own organization, trade policies. This is what we want to see. But it was because they were all carried along. The Nigeria Gbenga was mentioned in 2005. I remember when they came like Jagaban, and everybody was wondering, who are these young people? But how many people will do what Gbenga did then? But we must push them. The policy process must bring them on board. We must ensure that when there is need for us to speak, when I still came to this digital Nigeria, and I say it with all sense of responsibility, why must we not see the young people that we are talking about sitting on panels, being the ones to discuss the issues? Is because they don't know what we are doing. Just listening, yes, thank you, sir, thank you, ma. But we must bring them on board. We must make them to be the doer of this things. We can't afford to continue to see the same face, the same set of people. We know we can't all move out of the way, but how do we make sure we bring them on board? The computer science students recently hosted a summit in Abuja called Cyber Smart. And I got there, I was shocked to sit down. Almost 80% of their speakers were lawyers, because to their mind, lawyers are the ones to push cyber issues for them. And the question is, I asked them a simple question: what is cybersecurity to you? They don't know. So I volunteered. I said, okay, I'm going to teach you what cybersecurity from the scratch is. And I thought maybe 20, 30 people would join the WhatsApp group. But as I'm speaking with you, there are over 250, and that is a big issue. So when we assume that university curriculum is teaching them, the question is how many lecturers are participating if they are not knowing what is going on? How will they teach the students? So the students are graduating. I have so many first-class students, computer science, who graduated and they came to my organization. They don't even know Jack. They have to start all over again. It is not about passing in the university. It is about the details of what it is. And I want to say this about thank you. In 2005, Inena brought us under the, I think, open source something to Ghana. When I got to Ghana was when I discovered that in that same hall at Kofi Annan Center of Excellence, children from Ghana from some schools were using one of the software that my lecturer in Ife was telling us we can't use. This is a big problem. It was there, I said, so this software is so available to primary school here. How come we don't have it? So assumptions is too much across the whole country line, especially in Nigeria. We can't continue to assume. Let's go back to those universities. Ask the lecturers, what do you have to teach this course? Do you know what you are going to teach? Then let's start training from there. Let's train the teachers. Don't assume that the teachers are doing this. We're talking about digital literacy training for teachers. I say to people, in iTech, if I want to train teachers,
Okay, I think we may have lost.
Yeah, it was scratchy at the beginning, and then I think it just fell off.
Okay, well, that's okay. She's made the point anyway, so I thank her for the details. I'm moving on now. For the two of you, Benga and you, then I want us to then begin to talk about, as we wind down, what is that robust digital Africa we conceive of? The full topic we're discussing says digital governance and policy harmonization towards a robust digital Africa. What is that robust digital Africa we are thinking, we're envisioning, we want to attain? So as we wind down, give us a tip or give us some indication.
Okay.
Yes, Linda.
I'm also reading the questions on the conversation itself. I'd like to share a few thoughts. I'll end with the harmonization part because that is what I'm clearly working on now.
Go ahead.
But I see a lot of people making references to youth, and so the first thing I want to say is that the process determines the product, and I think Benga talked about processes. If you follow a top-down process, you end up with a dictatorial product. If you follow an elitist Abuja, Lagos axis policy making process, you are going to end up with a business class product. So it is very important that in policy making, in governance, we understand that the process determines the product. So if there is no trust in the process, there will not be any ownership of the product. Whatever policy document you are working on, if you only invite people in a room, put them in a hotel, have 50 people, draw up a document for, I don't know, 250 million people in Nigeria, and then later on you come and tell us that they are not even aware. They are not aware because they were not involved. So inclusion, engagement, openness, transparency are the key policy elements when you are governing in the digital space. Someone is talking about Net Mondial plus 10. I remember the president of Brazil had me standing by her side when she was signing the first digital rights bill of the global world. right? But many people only discovered me at Net Mundial. But before Net Mundial, I had worked with the office of that president. I had worked, so I had been in this process. And that's where I want to uh, link up with the young people who think they are young people, for that matter. Benga said they gathered their own money, they took their own bus, they landed. That means they had engagement. If you are waiting for someone to invite you, Joko Sibe, just sit down quietly, they will invite you. Don't make, so my point is, you need to engage. You need to show that this thing is important to me. They said you can resist an army, but a man, an idea whose time has come, and a man or a woman who is willing and ready, nobody can resist for a long time. So please show that you know what you're talking about, that this thing is interesting to you, and you know what you're talking about. Now, make money. I mean, make money, because you need money. Money opens doors. Money gets you into places. Money gets your data. Money gets you your new phone. Money allows you to keep engaged. Uh, 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 the people are talking about they prefer the people they know. That's what is called a network. Yeah. Network is wealth in the digital world, whether it's policy, governance, whatever, business, network is wealth. If you don't know anybody, you are a nobody. Yes, you can quote me on that. I have worked 30 years and now I'm sitting in my house, and most of the work I'm doing are people with whom I've worked before. So I have built a network, and now the network is feeding me. So, young people, how do you build networks? Go to events, contribute, make yourself available, let people see you, know you, hear you. That is how you build a network. No, nobody's interested in giving you a place at the table when you are not bringing anything. Benga said they showed up and they did something, and people were appreciative of what they done. So build, write. Most of you cannot even write a paragraph. Now, after you writing, let us talk about reading. So Benga, I mean, we've known each other for some time. So everybody comes to you, they say, "Oh, I want to work with the UN." The amount of reading you have to do within the UN, it's crazy. So if you cannot read 100 pages, please go home, go and watch it. Don't come here, because you need to read, you need to synthesize, you need to write. And by the way, I have gone back to school. I read law like 20 years ago. I've gone back to read the AI and law. I've gone back to read public diplomacy. I'm still in school reading sustainable development diplomacy. So you did a PhD 20 years ago, and you are sitting there and say you're a professor. Man, wake up! The things you did for your thesis, somebody can do on AI in 15 minutes, free of charge, by the way. Now, let me say something else. I have been contacted by people that shocked me recently, by Vatican, by crazy people from Russia, all kinds of. I'm like, who are these? They're like, yeah, we wrote a script in AI. We're asking them who are the experts in the intersection of policy, digital, and governance, and your name comes up top. And yeah, we're willing to pay you. So, in other words, I have a track online. So please read, please write, please contribute, bring something to the table, and then you will be welcome. But you are not going to be invited because you are a graduate. There are 8 billion people. And I want to say this to Nigerians. I know that there is tendency for you. I'm listening to all of our speakers. I'm listening to the questions being asked. There's a tendency for you to think that Nigeria is the world. It is not. Nigeria is 250 million. China is like 5 times that, no? 1 point whatever. And then India. So we are in an 8 billion world. And unless you think of yourself as a citizen of the world, you are going to be having problems. I will take that again. The cyberspace is a global space. You cannot be fighting policy wars against NITDA alone. You need to bring in the outer space. You need to bring in the extraterritorial nature of the digital world. I will stop so far with engagement and being valued. Coming to harmonization of policies. I remember doing policy, a certification in policy in those days. In Africa, I read law. I don't practice. I'm not a practicing lawyer. But when I moved from Ivory Coast to Nigeria, I do not understand some of the Anglo-Saxon legal parameters. It's a different thing, right? I'm now working with the African Union on health data governance. I'm currently working on a framework. I'm going to share with you one or two things that I've seen. The first thing is that most of our policies in Africa, some, not all, are aid driven, development aid driven. In other words, our cybersecurity will be sponsored by development aid from XYZ, right? Our infrastructure policy is sponsored by XYZ aid policy. And if you look at the global policy making arena, people in EU, the EU is quick to adopt framework. They work on white paper. They are very sharp on that. The US is market driven. The US works so that the market will grow with bloom. And if you, for those of you who recall, there was no internet governance in the US. The US saw internet governance as a tool for political dominance. So when we go to IGF, you see American people everywhere, and we were like, where is your own national IGF? They did not have any. We actually had to like put it in their face before they said, okay, we'll organize something. I don't know how viable it is. So please let's know that this kind of things do exist. So we cannot be dependent, we cannot be claiming sovereignty and still be looking for aid. It does not go together. So that is one thing we need to be aware of, especially if there are government people here. They know that.
Good.
The other one is conflicting national priorities. So when I land in a country, it takes me about 1 hour to know whether the country has a digital development as part of its economic basket or part of its social basket. Those of you who are in government, you know what I'm talking about. When you get into a country, you will know some say ICT, some say digital economy, some say telecoms and transport. You will know automatically whether the country is taking digital serious or not. You will know. I'm not going to ask you. But now that I'm saying it, look at your own country. What is the rank of the Minister of Digital Economy in your country? Compared to defense, compared to finance. Anyway, so you can look at that and see. I live in a country where you wake up in one morning and they say, oh, digital is now part of communications and television. And after that, no, it's now information and transport. They're like, they're using it to play. So it's not something important to them. But when you go to a place, for instance, like Rwanda, you will know for sure that these people, their future lies in digital. And I want to congratulate Nigeria because I think that with the minister you have now, Bosnu, you can see that, and whatever the president is doing, I can see that Nigeria is shifting towards digital being an asset, an economic asset, and the future for the country. And for that, I want to say congratulations. I want to end, now that I've said that about Nigeria. So we are in the ECOWAS space, right? We are about 15 countries. If Nigeria is uplifting the digital as a digital economy as a future, as an asset, as a key infrastructure in the country, but then the country by your side, Cameroon or Benin or I don't know who else, is like, no, this is not of interest to us. Now, how are you going to harmonize? Let me finish with DPIs. I work with the World Bank on digital IDs. I am a Nigerian and I have my national NIN or NIN number, NIN card or whatever. But you are going into another country, the country have not started. How do you harmonize? How do you harmonize a country like Nigeria that already has a cashless system and all of that to a country where people have to spend 5 hours in a bank to get the equivalent of $100? How do you harmonize? So these are the things I want to ask so that you know what countries are facing in reality. And finally, you see a beautiful girl, you say, I like that babe. But then when you check yourself, you check the bed, you know that you know fit. So there is agency, there is capacity. Everybody wants to have regulate. Everybody wants to govern, but not all of us can. Everybody should,
Excellent.
but not all of us can. Thank you.
Can. Fantastic. I love every minute of all of this. Fantastic. Hey, I'm under pressure to end this thing, but I refused. So this is wonderful. Wonderful, Wumi. And you've done extremely well. So has Benga, but I'll offer Benga 5 of my last minutes to intervene also. Put it all together, anyhow you want it. The recommendations, anything. Benga, if you're still on the call, 5 minutes of my left minutes for the call. Go ahead.
Well, this is not the first time you will be giving me from your time, and I think it's important. I think it's important for us to talk about best practices. In the days when we tried to butt our head into policy processes, you were one of those public officials who opened the door for us, and I think it's important to say that because, to be honest, I have mentioned how we literally broke doors to enter in some conversations. I can't forget questions that I was asked by some public officials saying, I came from campus. I was an OAU student at the time. I came to this meeting, in Abuja, and the guy just pulled me, and I raised my hand to ask a question, and he said, well, drop your hand. What do you people know? Music and girls. That's all you know. Keep quiet. And there are public officials who do that. We're very good friends now. So a lot of life. But in spite of my challenge to younger people to push, I like what Nena said. Nobody is going to give you a seat on the table. In fact, at times you bring your own table, not that you want to be added to the table. In spite of that, how a society treats its weakest is the definition of progress in that society. Young people should not have to force their way into meetings. No vulnerable group, no weak people in society should have to force their way to the table of conversations. I will never forget a conversation that happened at one of this, what's it called again? This summits that holds across World Economic Forum in Africa, that held in South Africa at some point. And the head of state, now late, of a certain Southern African country, was talking about how his young people are not interested in technology. They just want to abuse government on social media and things like that. That where are the Bill Gates of Africa? Well, unfortunately for him, I was on the same panel and I answered him. And I said to him, sir, with all due respect, when Nigerians says with all due respect, for me is very good. So with all due respect, the young people you're talking about, I know them in your country, but the reason they have not become Bill Gates is because you've sent them to jail. Of course, he was upset, an elderly man, and he thought I was rude, but that was the truth. We put young people, women, especially able people, we put them under pressure. We keep them outside the door, and then we complain they are not contributing. How will they contribute when the door is bulletproof and heavy and they can't even open it? When they succeed, we then come around and say, oh, they are representatives of Nigeria. And I'll say this publicly. I have said to NIDA, the IT agency in Nigeria, to stop claiming credit for every inflow of investment in technology. I said this to the board of NIDA, and I said it to members, other people, that the inflow that Nigeria was claiming credit for was in spite of the harsh policies. You were banning things up and down, and young people, in spite of that, broke their head to go and get money from what's it called, Delaware. And now we are saying, oh, the Nigerian government has provided space. You did not provide that space. You're lying. And it's important for us to take the weakest in society. And I say this, I will say both, because we can chew gum and walk at the same time. I challenge young people to break down doors and enter and participate. But at the same time, governments must stop being silly. You keep people out and then you say, where are the Bill Gates in your country? You send them to jail. You ban crypto and another country shows progress in crypto and you say, why are our young people not doing it? Of course you banned it. And by the time Nigeria banned crypto, by the way, okay, let me not say this. I was going to mention the government officials who were invested in crypto themselves and were running platforms on crypto while it was banned by the same government. But this is on adding value for me. And I think we need to tell ourselves the truth as Africans. We can't keep accusing the weak in society of not wanting to participate. It's the same thing that happens with elections. You put thugs on the street and you say young people are not coming out to vote. It's the same thing in the digital space. We poison the food and we say people don't want to come. Yes, young people do everything you can, but please, government, private sector, civil society, for those of you already on the table, it is your job to make sure that the learning curve that you went through, the tough process you went through is not repeated by any other young people. By the way, that's the only reason we set a paradigm initiative in 2007, to make sure that we reduce, this call for young people. Let me close on policy harmonization. And my words are quotable. Africa is not ready for policy harmonization. Africa is not serious.
That may be the last statement, Benga.
I said this.
You've
Yes.
used up all my time.
Oh, apologies. Anyway, I said that because you know how long it took for us to even agree.
With you, Benga, 100%.
So,
but
if we
I
are
like the
serious,
statement, Benga. Oh, Benga, you've used up all my time. But the statement about Africa is not ready for policy harmonization is an excellent point, really. And I thought that should be where we should bring this to a close. Unfortunately, I'm totally out of time, even for a wrap up. But I apologize to all three of you. Excellent points. And I ask everybody on the call to go through the chat box still, even the panelists themselves. The comments there are very rich. Let's take note. My prayer, fervent prayer, is that this session should also, among the other sessions, be documented and circulated among stakeholders. Don't edit out the terrible things about them. Let them hear it, because they're not on the call, but they need to get the reports. That's how I enjoy the secretariat. Let's have a documented report, not just virtual, of this whole process. But in closing, I want to thank you, Benga, the last speaker, and thank Nenna and then Wumi for the excellent interventions you've made. We haven't covered the grounds fully, but there's enough to take home. I thank you all. And for those on the call, I would like to say have a good afternoon and please stay on until the conference is over. I'm not sure this is the last one, the last session, but whatever it takes. And AfICTA has announcements to make. There's a poll you should fill out. Those of you who are members, there might be a meeting at the end, towards the end of the day. So please remember it and attend. Thank you all for being on the call. I appreciate everyone. Good afternoon and goodbye.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you.
good afternoon and thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Inyeke Mabonta, for leading this session. We appreciate all the interventions that have been brought forth by our distinguished speakers. It was a kind of conversational session with a lot of knowledge derived. We want to appreciate once again the moderator of the session, Mr. Inyeke Mabonta, CEO Tech Law Development Services, and the national coordinator of AfICTA is also a board member. So I want to also appreciate our speakers, Mr. May.
Okay, nobody is hearing you. We are not hearing you, if you can hear us.
It's a network issue, I guess.
Yeah, I thought it was mine, but it's definitely not.
It's for him.
Yeah, him, not us.
And you are
It's
just
a signal to bring it to a close anyway. The signal is there to bring. But I heard a bit of what he said, but I think it's time to go, really, and move on. Thank you, Kayode. If you can hear us now, I have to leave now. Goodbye.
Hello, please. Before we go, please, panelists, have a video turn on. Have a good photograph.
join them too. Let the board member also turn on their camera and join them. Board members, advisory council members.
We're going to do a countdown of 3. Please, if you can switch on your camera, either you participated as a speaker of this just concluded session or not. If you can switch on your camera, you're welcome, please. Okay, I'm counting 3 down. I'll be counting 3. A countdown of 3, 2, 1. Let's smile. If you can, you should be. All right, so thank you so much. This part of the session is over. Thank you so much, our panelists, once again. I had issues with my network the other time, but we indeed appreciate all the panelists, Dr. Wumi Azan, Mr. Benga Sesson, Ms. Nnenna Wakama. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion, the 13th AfICTA Summit. And we look forward to more engagement with you in the future. Thank you so much. So we go to markets, as we are going to promote all our sponsors of this event. So bear with us. The next, next session will be the last session.
Yes,
the next
just as the
session will be
advert
the last session.
I want to really appreciate Professor Advocacy, Nnenna Wakama, and also Benga Sesson. Thank you so much, and Dr. Wumi Hassan. We appreciate your engagement. Let's keep the flag flying. We're the one that will make Africa ready. Nobody else will do it. We have to push. You know, we just have to. That's the only way. We have to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone, and special greetings to my classmate on campus, Sokoyemi Onifade.
Yeah, Benga, good to see you. Well done. Yeah.
Same here. Cheers.
Yes.
Nena, I'm still your sister. Don't forget me.
For over 30 years, in today's digital world, organizations need more than technology. They need clarity and a trusted partner to guide their transformation. Contemporary Consulting Limited is that partner. Based in Abuja, Nigeria, we are a global brand built on the synergy of people, process, and technology. For over 30 years, we've turned complex challenges into simple, cost-effective, and reliable solutions for high-profile clients. Our expertise spans ICT consultancy, systems integration, cybersecurity, and supplying top-tier hardware for complete, turnkey projects. We ensure your networks work flawlessly, delivering smooth, secure communication across your entire organization. If you want peace of mind and need to deliver on schedule and within budget, it's time to work with us, Contemporary Consulting. Focused on performance.
So at the Global App Economy Conference, we bring app makers and technology builders together with policymakers so that we can better understand each other.
You can't create a policy if you don't know who the people are. I think a lot of policy is being created without actually speaking to SMEs.
Policymakers are able to connect with their constituents at a great rate, but not the small businesses. And a lot of the large corporations, while they're important to our ecosystem, they may have a potential larger voice. These kind of conversations also drive the economy.
It's important to have tech policy discussions specifically for small businesses so that we can directly elevate our voices and our concerns.
The App Association is both giving us a network of people to interact with and to connect with so that we can build our business whilst also giving us a voice.
Events like this really help us connect with other people that are maybe dealing with some of the same issues.
For me, it's learning a lot about these policies and being able to talk to people that are subject matter experts on these policies.
As long as we keep taking these opportunities, eventually we can move the needle on things.
The work that we're doing together with the App Association is amazing. I am really a fan and supporter of it.
The small companies are trying to change, passionate about their products, and they can share direct stories about how the policies that the people in these buildings are envisioning will affect them. And that is really important. That's an important conversation that needs to be had.
Pierre Dangino, I'm a Vice President Stakeholder Engagement for ICANN, and then based in Africa, taking care of Africa actually.
If you can just give us a brief of what ICANN is.
Well, ICANN stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. Basically, it's about coordinating the unique identifier system of the Internet, and that's what ICANN does.
And what does that mean for Africa?
Well, it means a lot actually, because although Africa today is about 20% usage of the internet, it's quite important for so many issues of developmental issue. And now the work of ICANN is important for Africa in terms of course, the internet itself, but the whole, I would say, policy development around it. Around those unique identifiers is important for Africa to know about it and also to be part, of making that policy. So in that regard, I believe that it's quite important for Africa to be participating.
So what efforts does ICANN do and your team do in Africa to raise awareness on this?
Well, many things actually. I would just recall that ICANN's presence in Africa actually was triggered by what we call the Dakar Declaration by the African Minister in charge of ICTs, who really wanted ICANN to be much more present in Africa, but also Africa to contribute more to ICANN. That was 2011. Today what we have done is we do have a strategy for Africa, and that strategy calls for two things. It's about, of course, promoting participation to ICANN, but also it's about supporting, I would say, the African DNS industry. So in that regard, our strategy has a few kind of program and projects, and a few of them quickly to simplify what we've been doing in Africa. We set up forums, forum to discuss, DNS, for instance, is quite important. It was the first time that the professionals in that regard are meeting and discussing the issues and ideas, and also collaborating. But we also established, topical workshops that really address, issues such as, copyright issues, the brands, and the domain names, how do you understand those things, and the whole legal issues surrounding those things is important. It was the first time now that people are hearing about those things. We are also building capacity in terms of managing your registries, and also in terms of marketing, and all of those are really bringing now some sort of value added to the whole internet ecosystem in Africa. So we are trying to change, and we are supporting actually the ecosystem there. Should always go back to what internet could be for Africa. We are talking about the digital economy, and we believe that Africa can really tap into that one.
We are Africa Information and Communication Technologies Alliance. AfICTA is a private sector-led alliance of ICT associations, multinational corporations, companies, organizations, and individuals in the ICT sector in Africa. Our vision is to fulfill the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa. And our mission is to encourage multi-stakeholder dialogue, fostering accelerated and ICT-enabled development in Africa and the use of cutting-edge innovative technologies including mobile, computing and satellite technologies to achieve an information society in Africa. We organize non-government ICT stakeholders in Africa for effective local and continental advocacy. We are the focal point for Africa ICT advocacy in the global digital economy. We promote constant improvement in African digital literacy in collaboration with stakeholders. We create partnerships with the African Union and all the regional economic commissions towards realizing global sustainable development targets for Africa. We support effective dialogue between members and policymakers. We promote business partnerships between members and their associations members. We contribute to capacity development by promoting best practices, encouraging regional projects, sharing data, skills, expertise, events, business announcements, exhibitions, seminars, and we organize an annual regional summit for knowledge sharing and cross-African advocacy. Some of our good standing members are Contemporary Consulting, EITESAL, Egypt, Main One Cable Company, Afinoid.ng, Tech Law, Fintrack, Computer Society of Kenya, EATPSA, ITSL, and many more. There's a world of benefits to our members, among which are, but not limited to, advocacy and liaison with national government in support of member initiatives, product and service endorsements on a continental level, identification of business opportunities, conducting research, strengthening the African brand, providing membership services, promotion of member product and services, opportunities in global associations, partnering with stakeholders, universities, civil society, ICT users. Events and Development Program, partner in developing incubators and technology parks, advise on procurement policies to support local industry, encouraging intra-African business opportunity MOs, professional development in collaboration with member national associations. Join us as we celebrate 10 years of making giant strides in the ICT world in Africa. AfICTA. Fulfilling the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa.
Right, we want to welcome you back for the 13th AfICTA Summit. Listen, my microphone again. Yes, am I audible? So we want to welcome you back for the remaining part of the 13th AfICTA Summit. We are indeed thankful and appreciate you for staying tuned with us. This summit started yesterday with series of sessions, and today we've also had two different major discussions. One was on cybersecurity and digital trust, while the other one was on digital governance and policy harmonization. And those were wonderful sessions with great panelists. We appreciate them once again. Before we move to the next session, which is, just as I said, the last session, I would like to appreciate all our good standing members. We've not really been able to mention them as it's supposed to be. These are the people that support the AfICTA as an organization, keeps us, they keep us running. So we appreciate you all. These are just our members, the company members displayed. We have also members who are individuals, but these are just our corporate members. So we appreciate you all. IITPSA, ETISAL, Contemporary Consulting, CSK, Main One, FinTrack, and many others, as you can see. Thank you so much for your financial support to AfICTA. That is very well appreciated. So we move into the next session, which is the last of it. Before we go for the award session, I believe you would want to be part of that session as well. AfICTA conducts the Africa ICT Awards annually, and we've had a lot of people submitted their interest to be part of that award this year. And the results will be coming shortly after the session that is about to start. So you don't want to miss that as well. The next session is adopting emerging technologies and addressing its effects on environment and climate. And this is going to be moderated by Ms. Christiana Boetti, Counselor on Metaverse and Smart, Counselor on Metaverse and Smart Cities, International Telecommunication Union, ITU. I welcome you, Ms. Christiana Boetti. Thank you for doing this again with us. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. So I'm Christina Boetti. I work actually at the ITU, and it's a pleasure actually to contributing to this important discussion and also to moderate what I'm sure it will be a very dynamic and interesting discussion. So for those of you that are not familiar with the International Telecommunication Union, is the United Nations Specialized Agency for Digital Technologies, and we do work with our member states, industry, and partners actually to ensure that technological progress goes hand in hand with sustainability. So through, for example, standards, we provide frameworks that make emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, digital twins, and Internet of Things safe, interoperable, and environmentally responsible. And of course, these standards are really essential to help countries and cities to measure their environmental footprint, promote circular economy approaches, and accelerate this transition towards low carbon, resource efficient digital ecosystems. So as we discussed today, emerging technologies have really a true potential to drive transformative change, but also pose new environmental challenges, from increased energy consumption to the life cycle impacts of devices and data infrastructure. So our task is really to ensure that innovation serves both people and the planet. And I really look forward to hearing from a distinguished set of speakers and to open exchange on how we can use really innovation and partnership to build a more sustainable and connected future for all. So today's panel really brings together experts who will help us actually to unpack both the opportunities and the challenges that comes with this technological shift. I'm delighted to be joined by Dr. Hoda Nofal, international business development experts, climate change, civil society representative from Cairo, Egypt. I would like also to invite Mr. Akpan, Chief Operating Officer, Partner Transcendental State of Georgia, USA, and then Professor Osifan, a former president of Computer Professional Registration Council of Nigeria. So each of our panelists will definitely share with us values and insights on how we can use digital innovation to address environmental challenges. Maybe if I could ask all the speakers probably to open their cameras so that they can be seen by the audience. And I would like especially to invite Dr. Nafal to share some insights with us through her presentation. So Dr. Hoda, over to you. Dr. Hoda, can you hear us? And can you join the discussion?
Hello. Hi, Christina. Hi, everyone. Good morning to you all distinguished guests from AfICTA Summit. It's an honor for me to be invited to your annual summit as a devoted speaker for the topic covering the climate change. Last year, we've been through the same topic and we tackled a lot about it. Can you see me well? Because I feel that the camera is a little bit hazy.
Can see you, but your image is a bit blurry, but we can hear you well.
Yes, very much blurry. I believe it's an internet problem.
Doctor, Doctor, could you please change your background? You can change your background from the video icon. I think this background is not working well for you, so you can change your background or probably blur your background.
Yes, I'm working on it right now. Anyway, today I'm going to represent the Egyptian civil society in tackling the issue of the climate change agenda, as I've been always joined in those efforts in tackling the subject. I've been the country representative for the civil society in COP27 that was held in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, 2022, and also in COP28 that was held in Dubai, 2023. I'll be sharing with you a small presentation that can give you a brief advice about how we are tackling this efforts from a new perspective. I'm going to cover the sector of the smart city constructions. Let me share this with you, please. Okay, can you see it now, or is it still blurry as well?
You can see the slides perfectly. So please continue.
The presentation is not blurry, right?
Presentation is not blurry. If you want to put it in full screen, you can put it in full screen, but we can see the slides.
Okay. Okay. No, sorry. Sorry for that. Can you see it now? Can you see my presentation now? Yeah. Okay. Sorry for wasting your time. Anyway, I'm going to start this presentation with a brief orientation about myself. I've been a climate activist. I've represented Cairo in the 2027 and 2028 Conference of the Parties of the Climate Change that is organized annually by the UNFCCC. This is a brief presentation about the 17 goals of the United Nations that applies to our 2030 vision of Egypt. The 30, as you can see, the goal number 13 is mainly devoted to the climate change agenda. Is to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts worldwide. This takes us to a small brief to the Paris Agreement that was held in 2015 in Paris in the COP21. The main goal of this agreement is to keep the temperature, the global temperature, below 2 degrees Celsius above the industrial levels, and even more to increase this annual increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius, if applicable. This main goal is mainly targeting the date of 2050. For those who don't know the term net zero, I'm just going to explain it quickly. The net zero covers those main pillars. Its main goal is to globally advocate for the use of the renewable energy and to strengthen the use of the renewable 4 types of energy: the solar, the wind, the hydro, and the electric energy, and to reduce the dependency of the people worldwide and the industries for using those fossil fuels, so that we can reach the net zero emissions of carbon dioxide. The carbon emissions, this is the 4th pillar, reducing the carbon emissions and the green hydrogen gas emissions as well. There will inevitably we need to use more advocacy and awareness levels for the industries to work on those types of industries, energies, I mean, and to take more concern about recycling outputs every year. Also, what I'm going to talk about in this presentation is the smart homes and the smart city construction techniques that will lead to the more efficient use of energy and will take us more to the reducing our carbon emissions. Also, enhancing or starting to advocate for the use of the electric cars, as the automobile industry is a main source of the carbon emissions worldwide. The net zero target was set generally in Africa and the whole world to be in 2050. However, the major industrial companies like India, China are trying to debate how to repledge this date of the net zero to be to 2050 as announced by India in the UK Climate Change Conference that was held in 2021, which is making a huge debate now. Now, addressing my sector that I'm talking about now is the smart city or the smart construction techniques. Globally, buildings now are responsible for 40% of the annual carbon emissions. Those carbon emissions are mainly because they require lots of energy consumed in heating, ventilation, and air conditioning or HVAC systems. In hot climate countries like Egypt, this is a huge problem because our buildings keep absorbing the solar radiation all day, turning them into hot ovens. And this requires massive amounts of energy to cool through the HVAC systems. This is definitely working against our climate change agenda. So our partner now, one of our partners, I'm not going to declare names because we're not for the marketing purposes here, is building with a new technique to solve this problem. They are calling it the solution. It turns your building from a passive energy radiating and carbon dioxide radiating asset to an active energy producing actually and conserving assets. It's called the facade system, and it's not also only concentrating about the adaptive external exoskeleton. It's a multi-layer system that helps in conserving this energy. This is a small transverse section of the cladding that is used in those smart city building materials, now currently used in the new administrative capital of Egypt. As you can see, it's mainly consisting of 5 constituents: backup wall, followed by insulation, and then a structural support, and then an air gap to radiate the heat, and then the external cladding. This is a photo of the cladding they are using. You can, as you can see, you can either use marble external exoskeleton or photovoltaic cells and glass cladding. It goes to your taste, but the main 4 ingredients inside the building material are the 4 main layers. How it works. This slide will show you the technique. The thermal insulation is usually for the thermal buffering, and then which is followed by an aluminum substructure for more insulation, and then air ventilation gap acts like a chimney or stack ventilation, in which you have a gap about 150 millimeters. This can provide the optimal passage or progressive efficiency to radiate the heat. And here we go to the external cladding. This building is, the photo of the building is mainly in Russia. I believe in Tajikistan. It's a perfect demo for how you can convert a whole building into an energy source by integrating photovoltaic solar panels as the cladding material, and which looks perfect as well. The facade transforms it from a passive protector into an active energy generator. Here we go, how you turn from passive to active through a building material system. This is the ITC component of the system, is that you can reduce the heat overload structure by 30 to 40%, using which makes the job of the HVAC systems more controlled by adding an ICT or a BMS, building management system, that can much easier and far more energy efficient management. It can allow you to manage those energy efficiency programs in a more digital form, I mean. We handle the passive resilience, and the building management system handles the precise and active control. And then far more, you can add a monitoring and validation system that can be integrated to your general control system to monitor your temperature sensors within this air gap behind the insulation part. Also, externally in the cladding, we can use photovoltaic BIPV solar panels. This whole building can become an active ICT component, as it can generate power and data as well. that must be monitored and managed through a smart grid systems or a control panel. This is finally a photo from that can be used to demonstrate our iconic tower in the new administrative capital of Egypt. The tower's design reflects Egypt's commitment for harnessing the abundant solar energy resources. That was all for my mini presentation. And thank you for inviting me every year for this perfect summit. And I thank Ms. Christina for her great support and coordination and the AfICTA team as well. And thank you for bringing up this climate change agenda annually through your summits. For more questions regarding this building material system, you can send me emails in case you need any data or how you can get it, or any scientific questions that need to be replied concerning the climate agenda topic in general. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you, Dr. Ola, actually, for sharing with us the interesting example of what it is really happening, especially in the administrative capital of Cairo in Egypt. I would like now actually to ask a question, but also invite to share some introductory remarks to our two distinguished speakers in our panel, starting from Mr. Akpan. So would you like to share some brief intro remarks? And also, I would have a burning question from you, because I think it would be really nice if we can have a dynamic discussion and share some thoughts, especially taking into consideration that this topic is so relevant right now in Brazil. In Belém, the United Nations Climate Change Conference is taking place, so we really have a lot to share. So maybe over to you, Mr. Akpan, starting with you, and then we will follow with Professor Osifan.
Yes, good morning. My name is Atai Akban. I am the Chief Operating Officer for Transvental LLC, a global partnership in sustainability. We are operating out of Atlanta, but we have a major project going on in Nigeria in collaboration with DAR Communications to be able to drive advocacy, because we strongly believe that there is a major need to continue advocacy of implementation policies, programs, and projects. Well, today, sorry, I just popped in a little late. We're talking about emerging technologies' effect on adopting it on environment and climate actions. Apparently, we all know that we are in the last decade of action for SDGs, and most countries are lagging behind because there's a fail, I may use that word, advocacy that did not probably drive down properly. Technology is part of the SDGs, SDG 19, innovation and infrastructure. It's very important in virtually every aspect of climate and environmental implementations. I have gone ahead to map technologies to SDGs and their climate impact and environment. It affects from SDG 1, AI for poverty, analytics and resource for getting, SDG 2, agriculture and drone monitoring, all the way to SDG 17. So the need for technology is very important, because it's not just about the digital aspect of technology, but the innovative requirement for all other aspects that helps to reduce produce low carbon fuels, to drive hydrogen manufacturing, monitoring, validation, and reporting. These are all capabilities that can only be delivered through technology. So apparently it impacts virtually every goal, because the UN SDG was supposed to be implemented interactively. And we can see that from every indication, the objective of integrating technology into environment that reduces emission via smart energy systems, AI-powered earth observations for deforestation and pollution tracking, green materials like low-carbon concrete through sequestration are all only able to be delivered through technology. Socially, it drives inclusive access to education and healthcare because people have to be trained and resources are not in one location. So you can only do this by scaling it up. Empowerment through digital financial tools, yes, because today's technology is needed to drive empowerment, marketing, and whatever you want to think about when it comes to finances through tokenization and blockchain application. Job creation is very, very strategic when it comes to the adoption and effect of technology on climate and environment. And governance aspect of it is enhanced through blockchain for transparency and anti-corruption, digital platforms for civic engagement, promotion, marketing, and monetization. These are all very fundamental in achieving the SDGs, of which the environment and climate is an integral part of. The application is applied in very key strategic areas, which include the energy through solar, wind energy, and smart grids, agriculture, precision farming, climate resilient crops are all regenerative elements of technology. In transport, you can look at the electronic vehicles, which is now getting traction. Rail electrification, which drives high power train to reduce carbonization, and smart logistics. These are all capabilities that can only be delivered by technology. In construction, we are talking about the green concrete and energy efficient building through carbon sequestration. These are all new emerging technology capabilities that really impacts climate by reducing the carbon footprint and creating multiple opportunities. Waste management is strongly impacted through this process, which is why today we have what we call the biogases, the green LNG, and all those gases that comes out of waste recycling. Marine and coastal energy, coastal resources is actually impacted by the use of technology for proper fishing and all the sustainable fisheries capabilities that comes with it. At the end of the day, we cannot ignore the benefits of technology when it comes to environment and climate, but I would have really preferred this topic to be on sustainability implementation. But be that as it may, when it comes to strategic benefits of adopting technology, it drives and accelerates the SDG delivery. It's very important. It enhances climate resilience and disaster prediction. You can live a predictive life with a very low downtime in your operation with technology. It improves energy security and resource efficiency. Yes, through low carbon fuels, renewable energy solutions, hybrid systems can only be adopted and implemented with new technology within the SDG value chain. Global recognition is something yes, any country that drives a major tech solution can actually be positioned as given a global recognition. And at the end of the day, this is the only way ESG aligned investments and partnership can actually be driven, because everything can only be transparently presented for monitoring, evaluation, and reporting with the use of technology. Well, this is a call to action to invest in digital infrastructure, innovation hubs. Workforce training must be a priority in sustainability, tech, and ESG compliance, as is now a new criteria of evaluating status. And this should be able to drive a public-private partnership for scalable development and align all national policies with tech-driven SDG strategies. Thank you, and I look forward to any question that comes out of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ashley, for your intro remarks. So I would like now, Ashley, to invite Professor Oso Fisan actually to join the panel discussion and maybe share with us what are your contributions to IT development in Africa, especially taking into consideration your visionary role.
Was that a question? Say that again, please. I had a blood on my end.
No, it was not for you. Actually, I was inviting actually Professor also Fisan to join us. The question was for her.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Today, I'm going to talk about the paradox we have in these emerging technologies. And I'm going to start by talking about three successful emerging, how 3 countries are successfully using emergency technology for climate change. I'm going to start by talking about Kenya. We know in Kenya, they have used it for agriculture. In Kenya, you have smallholder farmers already using AI-powered precision agriculture tools to increase crop yields up to 30%. And what do they do? They use sensors placed in soil to monitor moisture, temperature, and the nutrients. And what's the result? Output is that they reduce waste and they protect the environment, and they also put food on the table. So then in South Africa, what is South Africa doing? Deploying solar microgrid in rural and peri-urban communities. What have they achieved? They have reduced carbon dioxide emissions, and they have made sure that people have light. And in this case, they are using emerging technologies with environmental benefits. We also have in Nigeria, northern part of Nigeria, we have our startups now using AI systems to predict energy demand patterns and control hybrid solar power. And these AI models optimize switching between battery, solar, and generator power to minimize fossil fuel burning. So these are clear examples of how Africans are already using emerging technologies for climate and environment. So in essence, we have seen in Africa, we have used emerging technologies in agriculture. We are used emerging technology in satellite monitoring. We are using emerging technology for mobile platform, connecting farmers to climate information, smart grids, and renewable energy, industrial emission control, transportation optimization, carbon capture, sustainable manufacturing, and advanced climate modeling, and also to prepare for disaster preparedness. These are all the positive things that we have already used emerging technologies to achieve in Africa. However, like I said, I'm going to talk about the paradox. As good as these emerging technologies are, they also have their negative impacts. What are these negative impacts? Significant energy consumption. When we train complex AI models, they contribute to a substantial carbon footprint, especially when powered by non-renewable sources. They have also used high water shortage, even though we use them to maximize water. And in some areas, they also use for high water sources, so that in some areas, this can become a problem. And the worst one that I believe is increase in e-waste. We have a lot of e-waste material, servers, CPUs, all of those things, they have contributed to our electronic waste. How are we going to deal with them? Then we also have what we call the lack of transparency. Because if our AI models are trained on biased data, what's going to happen? It's going to lead to unfair, ineffective climate action. Then ethical concern. What do I mean by ethical concern? Privacy of people, security, and last but not the least I'm talking about is hallucination. We know that AI can produce non-existent outputs that are nonsensical or altogether inaccurate. So that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the paradox now, the good impact and the bad impact. So what does it mean for Africa? Africa contributes less than 4% of global greenhouse gas emission, yet faces some of the most severe climate impacts like droughts, flood, food insecurity, and displacement. Nigeria, for example, we are faced with coastal erosion, desertation in the north, and increasingly unpredictable rainfall patterns. That's what we are facing currently in Nigeria now. Most of our energy grids are carbon intensive. Many African countries rely heavily on fossil fuels. When we deploy data center or train AI models using coal, then we are going to increase the carbon dioxide emission. Nigerian electricity grid, for instance, predominantly is gas-fired with limited renewable penetration. Every computing workload has a high carbon footprint here, and we need to address all of those things. So what do we need to do? Yes, we should leapfrog into this technology, but we must learn to build data centers powered by solar from the start. Deploy AI systems designed for efficiency. Create e-waste management system before e-waste becomes unmanageable. We need to do all of those things. And who are supposed to do all these things? We are all responsible. And I'm going to talk about the responsibility of each sector in Africa. For our universities, they must build their computer clusters using sunshine. We have some curriculum change. Our curriculum now must have in emerging technologies and how we can mitigate, how we can make a full use of the positive aspect and also mitigate the negative aspects. Our universities must lead by example in the green computing practices. The technology industry, e-waste program, we must take back and recycle programs for electronics. Instead of buying all over again, we can go into maybe repairs rather than each time something goes wrong, we just abandon those systems and we buy all over again, increasing our e-waste. Then we must also have what we call collaboration with renewable energy companies to power our operations. It's very important. Then for the government must have what we call e-waste strategy. They must have what we have renewable incentives, green procurement, data center standard. When you want to bring a data standard, government must give you a standard you must follow. And last but not the least, digital literacy. We all have so many digital literacy programs in Africa. We must include environmental aspects in our digital literacy programs. Very, very important. And for individuals, we must use tools to measure and minimize carbon footprint. We must begin to repair and maintain rather than refurbish rather than replacement. Then for our programmers, we must begin to write efficient code. We must speak about environmental consideration in technical decisions. And we must share knowledge about all of these things with students, with farmers, with everybody that needs to know about all of these things. But in spite of all these things I've said, these technologies, they have come to stay. These technologies are not just environmental necessity. They have a competitive advantage in an increasingly carbon-conscious world. To ensure realistic adoption, Africa should prioritize the following: technologies that directly reduce emissions and boost productivity. Technologies that are energy efficient when it comes to innovation and renewable energy sources. We must begin to go practice what we call circular economy. Opportunities that create local industry for repair, recycling, and reuse. And finally, collaborative R&D, that is research development ecosystem that links universities, startups, and government for adaptive technology design. We must choose efficiency over brute force. We must use longevity over obsolescence. We must choose renewable energy over fossil fuel. We must choose solutions that reduce emissions over those that increase them. We must build a future where technology helps address climate change than accelerating it. Africa itself must grow on a foundation of renewable energy, and African innovation should lead to sustainable computing. We must deliberately choose this future starting from today. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the brief of my presentation. Thank you.
For these insightful remarks. I think they have really set the scene also with an overview of the different, examples I think happening across Africa. So I'd like now to go back again to Mr. Akbar and actually ask you, emerging technologies have major effects and impact on the successful adoption and implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. and most countries do not have these capabilities. So how do you think these countries and entities can navigate these inadequacies?
Well, we have what we call the African Union now. We must begin to help each other out.
Professor, hold on. This is a question for Mr. Akpan, not for you. Just let me go back to him for a moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Apparently, we have 17 goals. And one of those goals was not the initial MDGs. It's called goal number 17. Goal number 17 is global partnership, because the world had the pure understanding that not every country will have all the capabilities required to actually navigate the SDG process. So goal number 17 was actually brought in to drive global partnership, intellectual property sharing, technology sharing, collaboration, to be able to support those countries with those inefficiencies. But apparently it's equally being limited by the fact that Africa is designed by a siloed mentality where collaboration is not always the first option. And even in case of being driven, there's a lot of reluctance for the countries to collaborate and open up for global partners. So with global partners, every country should be able to attract the required, not just the country, private sector, cities, and even individuals could actually attract the much needed capabilities from one of the global actors to be able to support the ability to drive technology as a major tool within the sustainable implementation process.
Thank you so much, actually. And that brings me back now over to you, Professor, actually. And we've talked about IT development in Africa as a whole. So you gave us these great examples actually in different countries. But what have been your specific contributions, for example, to IT development in Nigeria?
Well, like I've been the former president of the group that's supposed to regulate IT in Nigeria. And as the president of that group, what I did was that we sat down, most especially with our curriculum, to make sure that our curriculum takes care of all of these things, all of these modern things that we are talking about. And we wrote a flexible curriculum that can change anytime. Not a curriculum that say you have to teach this one for the next 3 years. No, a curriculum that is flexible. As soon as new things come on board, we include those new things in our curriculum. And I've been to the National Assembly to make presentation. Yesterday, on Monday, some of us, we are in the National Assembly when we're talking about cybersecurity and what Nigeria needs to put in place with respect to cyber security. So when it comes to IT education, I play a lot of important role. And I also say one more thing. When it comes to gender issue, I also play a very, very significant role. There must be gender balance in everything that we do. If you look at my CV, I've supervised 20 PhD students, 10 female and 10 male. Gender issue is also something that I drive all the time, apart from curriculum that meets the need of the continent from time to time. I will also talk about collaboration, and that's what I love about AfICTA, because AfICTA brings Africa together, and we need to do things together, because there is unity, there is strength in unity. Where one country is strong, another country may be weak, then we support each other. Have I answered your question? Did I answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the energy that you have put in your presentation, as also the participants. So for the participants, if you have also specific questions, feel free to share those in the chat so that our speakers can also address them. But maybe going back for a moment to Mr. Akpan, if I may. You talked a lot about, the Sustainable Development Goal 17, about partnerships, but why do you think that the global SDGs expectations, for example, might not be achieved, especially in Africa?
think
Well,
there's
that's why
something
I said, oh, okay. I keep
there
asking
is
somebody
something
else to do
very,
that.
very fundamental that has to be addressed urgently. We are in the last 4 years for the decade of action on SDGs. And if you take a deep dive into the continent across different sectors, you can see that Africa, we're still talking in conferences, we're still discussing workshops, we're still putting up standard events just to be able to justify the fact that we're talking about SDGs. The SDG was designed to be implemented interactively. And I still want to believe there was a failure of advocacy from the highest level to the lowest point, because the initial advocacy that was done did not really impact on very key strategic overwhelming demographics. The youth, the women, were not really properly educated on their benefits, why they should be able to implement sustainability, and what comes out of it, and what are the impact of their inactions. So if you walk through the street from top to bottom of a typical African country, you will see key people who are into sustainability implementation doing the little they can, either in trying to plant trees, either in trying to do some, but the core department that drives carbonization, greenhouse gas impact, is the oil and gas sector. There is a transition from oil to gas as a transition fuel. But the fact is that since these goals were designed to be implemented interactively, there is a gaping hole between knowledge, benefit, and actual engagement. So you find out that a lot of people just talk about SDG implementation, but not do. Africa don't have any business trying to fight decarbonization, if not for the benefit it comes to Africa. Like the last speaker just said, Africa contributes less than 5% of global greenhouse gases, but we take a brunt of the loss and damages that comes out of the impact of climate change. So our main purpose and essence of driving implementation is to look at the six initial goals: poverty, hunger, job creation, energy security, equality. That is why Africa should drive the SDG implementation the way it was designed to be implemented. So today, within the last 4 years of the decade of action, we are still talking about plans. We're still talking about roadmaps, when a lot of other parts of the world have developed strategic new technologies that is giving them revenue over time. And don't forget, the world has moved towards 2030 net zero, to 2050 net zero, with the opportunity to drive down climate change, climate temperature by 2030. But Africa stands at the point of losing because the leadership is not properly informed. The implementers don't have the wherewithal to interpret how the framework should be implemented, and the guardrails in between are not fortified in any way because we don't have the wherewithal, the knowledge to be engaged, to see the benefit that comes out of it. And the ultimate point is that Africa should provide a bulk of the workforce. There is no resources to train this workforce. And there are so many that you cannot put them in classes. So at this point, I am saying it that there must be a consistent advocacy in regards to benefit, solutions, projects that could be adopted, created within the continent to give it a foothold into the next emerging solution that will support a decarbonized economy. That's the challenge we have to look at right now.
The call for action that you made to the African continent, I think it is, as you said, it's time really to act, and to really move fast. Professor, yes. I saw that you were attempting to respond to the same question. So share with us your thoughts.
We have done enough talking. We need to begin to put things in place, and that's why that's why my conclusion was about what we need to do. I'm very happy that at least 3 countries, the 3 examples I gave, they are giving us positive results. Let us have more of such in other countries. Even Nigeria does not have to be one. Maybe scattered all over the places. Sunshine, we have plenty of sunshine in Africa. So there's no reason for us to have all these problems that we are having. Let's begin to make our innovation to drive green economy. Our new innovation. We have done a lot of talking. Everybody know. I've told everybody, every sector, what each sector needs to do, and let each sector begins to do what is necessary. And when each sector, because everybody believes government cannot do everything. It's not possible. All of us, we have a role to play. The individual technologies have their own role to play. When they write programs, let them write efficient programs. Not programs that will run for forever. Programs that should run for 10 minutes, should not run for 1 hour. Let's have our universities begin to use solar panel system for all their centers, and let them begin to teach students new things in renewable energy. And then government should now put strategies in place that if you want to run this, you want to create a cloud, if you want to really create a cloud center, then these are the things you must do, and it must be enforced. When we begin to do and do less of talking, we have done a lot of talking. Let's begin to do. The time now is to do. The time now is what? To do. And let us use brute force. Let us use. We have a lot of brilliant Africans. They are doing very well elsewhere. Why can't we use our brain for ourselves? So let us begin to do and less of talking. Thank you.
Let me just add to the last comment. You know, it is the framework was designed to be implemented at the city level. We are still holding on at this national level, sovereignty level, which is why there was a group that was initiated called the Global Covenant of Mayors. Now we have the sub-Saharan version of it. African countries have 2 cities because we're still holding as a national issue. And it's not drilling down to the much needed sectors because it's still held at that high level. So at this point, it's very important for cities to be fully engaged. There's a lot of resources and opportunities offered by the Global Covenant of Mayors. It's about 13,700 cities all over the world in support of power, climate, and energy. So Africa must understand the resources available. And African countries are currently not even aligning properly with ECOSOC, the UN body that is empowered to drive and report and register all your efforts when it comes to decarbonization and carbon mitigation. So these are elements that the African countries have to find out what are in these alliances and how can they tap into it. Again, Africa has all the potential to provide the global workforce for the decarbonized economy, if only we can attract the right partners to train our massive population. A country like Nigeria is going to be the 3rd largest by 2050. You don't prepare 2050 by 2050. You prepare now for 2050. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Albert. And before we ask a question that was posed in the chat by Musa Maigari from Nigeria, I would like to invite all attendees of this event actually to respond to the poll questions, which are displayed on the screen. There are 10 questions, so please do respond to these questions, and then we will have the result of the poll. And just to let you know that, the panelists, we cannot vote, so we cannot influence what the attendees think. So it's all, the poll is for all of you. So now I would like to ask, all panelists actually to respond to the question that was raised in the chat. What cross-border collaborations are needed to address transnational environmental challenges posed by technology, for example, cross-border pollution, resource extraction? Let us start with you, Professor, and then we will go back to Albert and then to Oda. Professor, over to you.
Sorry, I didn't hear that question very well. What's the question, please?
So the question is a question that is in the chat, And
Yes.
it reads, what cross-border collaborations are needed to address transactional environmental challenges posed by technology? For example, cross-border pollution, resource extraction.
Sorry, the network is breaking. All I had was trans-border words. The network is breaking.
Can you, Albert,
when it comes to can the question be put on the online so I can read? Actually,
All
when
right.
it comes to
I can go first since your network is bothering. Let me just
okay,
go
my
first.
network is misbehaving.
Yes. Basically, I think it's very, very important for Africans to engage in cross-border collaboration because the current situation of decarbonization is driving a whole new product, it requires a whole new dimension in delivery of some of this. You know, it's easier to sell to Europe than to sell among African countries. And if we are looking at a decarbonized economy, we are going to have to address the fact that LNG tankers are no longer needed to move low carbon fuels from one African country to the other. So there is need to drive the development of our blue economy because today there's need for virtual delivery of low carbon fuels. In terms of extraction, for us to be able to have low carbon fuels driving mineral extraction, there's need to repurpose the kind of energy resources we engage for these purposes, which implies that there must be cross-border collaboration in defining new or clean energy sources that could be applied to some of these sectors. But at the end of the day, as I noticed that African countries are still operating in silos. People are not sharing. There's no cross-border collaborative platform officially that could set up standards for this sector to be able to engage efficiently and maintain the decarbonization to drive the climate expectation. So that's my thought on that, but this could actually be addressed based on every sector, not just in the transportation or delivery of virtual capabilities. Every sector has a unique proposition that could address its strategic relevance and impact as well.
Yeah, I quite agree. I quite agreed with Mr. Akpan. There must be collaboration. Now we have what to call the African, I think, AOAU or whatever it is. Maybe at the end of this summit, we should make a presentation to African the Organization of African countries that these are the things that we need to put in place. All these cross-border collaboration, they are very, very, very effective. I don't think we should wait for Europe or America to come and solve our problems for us. We have very brilliant people in Africa. When you even go abroad, you find that Africans are doing very well. So maybe at the end of this summit, there should be, I don't know, a communique or something that we, by proposal that we would take to all the presidents when they meet, that these are the things we think they should put in place with respect to environmental issues, with respect to climate change, and everybody should sign in so that all of us have the same policy with regards to environmental issues and climate change issues. If we can achieve this through Organization of African countries, head of states, I think it will be a very good thing for us to do. Collaboration among African countries, whether French-speaking, English-speaking, Spanish-speaking, whatever. All of us should come together and collaborate to make sure that we will not be at the receiving end, because at the moment we are at the receiving end. We want to make sure that we are no longer at the receiving end. If we are going to receive anything, it should be the good part and not the ugly part all the time. Thank you.
If I can just add a little bit to just make sure that we wake up. Like I said, Africa is not a major contributor of greenhouse gases, but Africa,
Yes.
like the last speaker just said, takes the brunt of it. The real benefit is for us to drive the development of all other sectors, which is the way the implementation was designed. What is the strength? Our population. What is the strength? Our raw material resources. How can we leverage on energy security, alternative fuels, to drive the development of a creative industry, digital industry? Our workforce development is very core, but there is a major problem. People at strategic leadership positions need to engage global partnership again to be able to provide them with where their strength lies. And that is how Africa could benefit from sustainability. It's not by conferences, workshops, and what we're doing on the screen, even though it's still part of it in a way of advocating for the right approach to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. I think that having this type of events helps to raise awareness and definitely, you know, share knowledge, especially about the capability, possibilities, also the examples that that are happening in other countries, so that they can be a source of inspirations. And you know, and I think is as all the speakers pointed out, in a way or another, it is definitely time to act. Africa is really a beautiful continent with lots of untapped opportunities. So I think that today's discussions in a way has reminded us that emerging technologies, you know, can be really powerful enablers for sustainability and climate action, but only if they are deployed responsibly, inclusively, and especially guided by sound policies and international standards. Whether we have to address, for example, waste, whether we have to address pollution, you know, definitely, you know, we need to make sure that sustainability, you know, is, you know, for example, today's dialogue can really serve also as a catalyst for deeper collaboration and for continued exchange of best practices, particular in you know, really helping African nations as they harness technology for climate resilience and green growth. I would like really to thank all the speakers for their active participation, their positive energy, their passion, their commitment. And of course, to thank the organizers and the attendees for giving us the, you know, the opportunity to share some insights on this really very relevant topic. So let us continue really to work together to build a more connected and sustainable and climate resilient future for all. So maybe over to you. I think that there is Jimson, that your hand raised. So. Jimson, would you like to speak? I think that you are muted.
Yes, please. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very, very much, Ms. Christine B, for a great coordination. When we call on you, you always respond. We appreciate you and the organization ITU. ITU has been a very positive force in you know, the sustainability goal of the global community. Yes, really appreciate the work of ITU. Even though it's a government-led organization, you are doing everything possible to bring all stakeholders together. And in particular, the last event you had, WISIS Plus 20, which you led, was spectacular, was great. Thank you so, so much. Please extend our gratitude to the organization, you know, as a whole. So also thanking the first professor of computer science in the first female professor of computer science in Africa, Professor Shofison, for that great presentation. And of course, thanking Holder as well. I like the presentation. I hope we will share it. Yes, please share your presentation. And also, Brother Akpan, thank you for the insight. Well, I want to ask this question, if it's possible. Do you think we can achieve the expectation of the SDG by 2030? Noting that maybe the percentage of achievement of SDG now is below 20%. Below 20%. Can we achieve it? Well, I want to hear from you whether we're looking towards beyond 2030 now in Africa. Thank you.
I don't know if you want me to take that, but I gladly do. And I'm going to be very, very frank with us. I don't see how we can if we don't change the entire narrative around it. Currently, people that are in authority are purely politically nominated. The likes of Professor is not in that NCC, and I'm looking at Nigeria first of all, and our willingness to collaborate is totally missing. Everybody just wants to hold on to what they got and don't want to address the proper partnership. It is all great offer. Goal number 17, exploring technology, exploring resource personnel, explore in any aspect of it that you need to complement. But most of all, there is a major problem of failed advocacy. And I say it with very strong word, failed advocacy, because the most strategic demographics, women, young people, who are supposed to be 70% of your population, are not even aware of what it is about, what's in it for them. Why should they be part of it? But they're all going to be responsible. They're going to take more of the pain of the lack of action. So, and again, it was moved 15 years ago for city-to-city implementation. No Nigerian cities even understand the fact that there is a global covenant of mayors that was put in place to drive energy and climate action with a lot of benefit, technology support to drive this implementation. So I'm saying that I don't see that happening unless we go back to the fundamental, start full advocacy, but this time around the advocacy has to be aligned with job development, product development, project development, and proper projections. So that's my take on it. Somebody else might have a different opinion.
Well, I have a slight contrary opinion, I'm sorry to say. I think the problem we have in Africa, we think everything must start from the top. We all have what we call local governments, and we are closer to our local government. And I said, that's why I use the word, let us start today. Our local governments, when they are going to do any project, let us begin to see exactly what it is that they do. Let us make sure that they begin to use green energy for whatever it is that they do. If all the local governments in Nigeria we do what they are supposed to do, I'm sure the thing will now move up one by one. From local government, everything will become state government. From state government, it gets to federal. But the problem with us in Africa, we think that everything must start from the top. Like the role that given to everybody, let each one of us begin our own role and not expect federal government or whatever government they call at the top to do the initiative. AfICTA is doing something that is very good. Let us begin from AfICTA. When each one of us, when we go back, let us begin to know what is it that happens in our local governments. Those ones have listening ears and going to the governor or whatever. Begin to advise them. Begin to advise our children, our schools. Instead of our schools to be buying generators, we can influence them. PTAs, instead of buying generators, we give them solar panel. Let us begin in a very small way. When we begin in a small way and drive it up, then I believe if you put our whole heart in it, I think it is achievable. But if we begin to think that everything must come from the top, then it's not going to be achievable. Thank you.
Prof, you just referred to the same subject matter I brought up, failed advocacy. The local government don't even know what to do. They are not even aware of this. So it's a fail. We have to drive advocacy to the root of it.
To the root. I agree with you.
And that's the only way.
Yes.
But I really appreciate, you see, the whole essence of SDG was to be implemented at the city level, which is the local government level in a context. And the local government is totally absent in terms of knowledge and leadership. So that's
Exactly.
core adverse strategy. Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you very much, everyone. Please, can we have a group photograph for this session? Dr. Oda, can you turn on your camera? Dr. Oda, are you there? Okay. So at the count of three, with a smile, we'll take a group photograph.
Yes, hello, I'm there.
Yes. Thanks for joining.
Yes, I hope my photo is not blurry right now. Is it still?
Well, a bit blurry, but we can take it as such. Thank you.
Okay.
Well taken. Thank you very much for joining. And now we'll convey. Okay.
To everyone, thank you, and thank you to the organizers for the amazing organization of this event.
Thank you, Christina. It was very nice being a guest today with you, and thank you for your continuous effort.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. We appreciate your contributions from the beginning of the session today. We've had three major and important sessions for today, and altogether since the beginning of the 13th Summit, we've had 6 important sessions, and they were well dealt with, and we appreciate all the panelists for what they've done. We thank you for bringing forth your ideas, your perspectives, and your understanding of those topics. They really enriched all the sessions, so we appreciate you. Thank you, Dr. Huda, Nova. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Professor Adenike. We appreciate you, Mr. Atai. Thank you as well. Christine, thank you so much for a well-moderated session. Right now, we will be going for more marketing. When we return, the next session will be the award session. So please stay tuned with us. We have from a lot of nominations we got this year, we have winners emerged, and it is still something we want to review afterward. So stay tuned.
We are Africa Information and
Pierre Dangino, I'm Vice President Stakeholder Engagement for ICANN, and then based in Africa, taking care of Africa as well.
If you can just give us a brief of what ICANN is.
Well, ICANN stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. Basically, it's about that's what ICANN is.
And what does that mean for Africa?
Well, it means a lot actually, because although Africa today is about 20% usage of the internet, it's quite important for so many issues of developmental issue, and Now, the work of ICANN is important for Africa in terms of course, the internet itself, but the whole, I would say, policy development around it, around those unique identifiers is important for Africa to know about it and also to be part, of making that policy. So, in that regard, I believe that it's quite important for Africa to be participating.
So what efforts does ICANN do and your team do in Africa to raise awareness on this?
Well, many things actually. I would just recall that ICANN's presence in Africa actually was triggered by what we call the Dakar Declaration by the African minister in charge of ICTs, who really wanted ICANN to be much more present in Africa, but also Africa to contribute more to ICANN. That was 2011. Today what we have done is we do have a strategy for Africa, and that strategy calls for two things. It's about, of course, promoting participation to ICANN, but also it's about supporting, I would say, the African DNS industry. So in that regard, our strategy has a few kind of program and projects, and a few of them quickly to simplify what we've been doing in Africa. We set up forums, to discuss, DNS, for instance, is quite important. It was the first time that the professionals in that regard are meeting and discussing the issues and ideas, and also collaborating. But we also established, topical workshops that really address, issues such as, copyright issues, the brands, and the domain names, how do you understand those things, and the whole legal issues surrounding those things is important. It was the first time now that people are hearing about those things. We're also building capacity in terms of managing your registries, and also in terms of marketing, and all of those are really bringing now some sort of value added to the whole internet ecosystem in Africa. So we are trying to change, and we are supporting actually the ecosystem there. Should we go back to what internet could be for Africa? We are talking about the digital economy, and we believe that Africa can really tap into that one.
So at the Global App Economy Conference, we bring app makers and technology builders together with policymakers so that we can better understand each other.
You can't create a policy if you don't know who the people are. I think a lot of policy is being created without actually speaking to SMEs.
Policymakers are able to connect with their constituents at a great rate, but not the small businesses. And a lot of the large corporations, while they're important to our ecosystem, they may have a potential larger voice. These kind of conversations also drive the economy.
It's important to have tech policy discussions specifically for small businesses so that we can directly elevate our voices and our concerns.
The App Association is both giving us a network of people to interact with and to connect with so that we can build our business whilst also giving us a voice.
Events like this really help us connect with other people that are maybe dealing with some of the same issues.
For me, it's learning a lot about these policies and being able to talk to people that are subject matter experts on these policies.
As long as we keep taking these opportunities, eventually we can move the needle on things.
The work that we're doing together with the App Association is amazing. I am really a fan and supporter of it.
The small companies are trying to change the world. They are the closest to their customers. They're passionate about their products, and they can share direct stories about how the policies that the people in these buildings are envisioning will affect them. And that is really important. That's an important conversation that needs to be had.
In today's digital world, organizations need more than technology. They need clarity and a trusted partner to guide their transformation. Contemporary Consulting Limited is that partner. Based in Abuja, Nigeria, we are a global brand built on the synergy of people, process, and technology. For over 30 years, we've turned complex challenges into simple, cost-effective, and reliable solutions for high-profile clients. Our expertise spans ICT consultancy, systems integration, cybersecurity, and supplying top-tier hardware for complete, turnkey projects. We ensure your networks work flawlessly, delivering smooth, secure communication across your entire organization. If you want peace of mind and need to deliver on schedule and within budget, it's time to work with us, Contemporary Consulting. Focused on performance.
We are Africa Information and Communication Technologies Alliance.
AfICTA
is a private sector-led alliance of ICT associations, nations, and individuals in the ICT sector in Africa. Our vision is to fulfill the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa. And our mission is to encourage multi-stakeholder dialogue, fostering accelerated and ICT-enabled development in Africa and the use of cutting-edge innovative technologies including mobile, computing and satellite technologies to achieve an information society in Africa. We organize non-government ICT continental advocacy. We are the focal point for Africa ICT advocacy in the global digital economy. We promote constant improvement in African digital literacy in collaboration with stakeholders. We create partnerships with the African Union and all the regional economic commissions towards realizing global sustainable development targets for Africa. We support effective dialogue between members and policymakers. We promote business partnerships between members and their associations members. We contribute to capacity development by promoting best practices, encouraging regional projects, sharing data, skills, expertise, events, business announcements, exhibitions, seminars, and we organize an annual regional summit for knowledge sharing and cross-African advocacy. Some of our good standing members are Contemporary Consulting, EITSAL, Egypt, Main One Cable Company, Afinoid.ng, Tech Law, Fintrack, Computer Society of Kenya, EATPSA, ITSL, and many more. There's a world of benefits to our members, among which are, but not limited to, advocacy and liaison with national government in support of member initiatives, level, identification of business opportunities, conducting research, strengthening the African brand, providing membership services, promotion of member product and services, opportunities in global associations, partnering with stakeholders, universities, civil society, ICT users. Events and development program, partner in developing incubators and technology parks, advise on procurement policies to support local industry, encouraging intra-African business opportunity modes, professional associations. Join us as we celebrate 10 years of making giant strides in the ICT world in Africa.
AfICTA,
fulfilling the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa.
Pierre Dangino, I'm a Vice President Stakeholder Engagement for ICANN, and then based in Africa, taking care of Africa actually.
If you can just give us a brief of what ICANN is.
Well, ICANN stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. Basically, it's about coordinating the unique identifier system of the Internet, and that's what ICANN does. And
what does that mean for Africa?
Well, it means a lot actually, because although Africa today is about 20% usage of the Internet, it's quite important for so many issues of developmental issue. And now the work of ICANN is important for Africa in terms of course, the Internet itself, but the whole, I would say, policy development around it, around those unique identifiers is important for Africa to know about it and also to be part, of making that policy. So in that regard, I believe that it's quite important for Africa to be participating.
So what efforts does ICANN do and your team do in Africa to raise awareness on this?
Well, many things actually. I would just recall that ICANN's presence in Africa actually was triggered by what we call the Dakar Declaration by the African minister in charge of ICTs, who really wanted ICANN to be much more present in Africa, but also Africa to contribute more to ICANN. That was 2011. Today, what we have done is we do have a strategy for Africa, and that strategy calls for two things. It's about, of course, promoting participation to ICANN, but also it's about supporting, I would say, the African DNS, industry. So in that regard, our strategy has a few kind of program and projects, and a few of them quickly to simplify what we've been doing in Africa. We set up forums, forum to discuss, DNS, for instance, is quite important. It was the first time that the professionals in that regard are meeting and discussing the issues and ideas, and also collaborating. But we also established, topical workshops that really address, issues such as, copyright issues, the brands, and the domain names, how do you understand those things, and the whole legal issue surrounding those things is important. It was the first time now that people are hearing about those things. We are also building capacity in terms of managing your registries, and also in terms of marketing, and all of those are really bringing now some sort of value added to the whole internet ecosystem in Africa. So we are trying to change, and we are supporting actually the ecosystem there. Should always go back to what internet could be for Africa. We are talking about the digital economy, and we believe that Africa can really tap into that one.
So at the Global App Economy Conference, we bring app makers and technology builders together with policymakers so that we can better understand each other.
You can't create a policy if you don't know who the people are. I think a lot of policy is being created without actually speaking to SMEs.
Policymakers are able to connect with their constituents at a great rate, but not the small businesses. And a lot of the large corporations, while they're important to our ecosystem, they may have a potential larger voice. These kind of conversations also drive the economy.
It's important to have tech policy discussions specifically for small businesses so that we can directly elevate our voices and our concerns.
The App Association is both giving us a network of people to interact with and to connect with so that we can build our business whilst also giving us a voice.
Events like this really help us connect with other people that are maybe dealing with some of the same issues.
For me, it's learning a lot about these policies and being able to talk to people that are subject matter experts on these policies.
As long as we keep taking these opportunities, eventually we can move the needle on things.
The work that we're doing together with the App Association is amazing. I am really a fan and supporter of it.
The small companies are trying to change the world. They are the closest to their customers. They're passionate about their products, and they can share direct stories about how the policies that the people in these buildings are envisioning will affect them. And that is really important. That's an important conversation that needs to be had.
In today's digital world, organizations need more than technology. They need clarity and a trusted partner to guide their transformation. Contemporary Consulting Limited is that partner. Based in Abuja, Nigeria, we are a global brand built on the synergy of people, process, and technology. For over 30 years, we've turned complex challenges into simple, cost-effective, and reliable solutions for high-profile clients. Our expertise spans ICT consultancy, systems integration, cybersecurity, and supplying top-tier hardware for complete, turnkey projects. We ensure your networks work flawlessly, delivering smooth, secure communication across your entire organization. If you want peace of mind and need to deliver on schedule and within budget, it's time to work with us, Contemporary Consulting. Focused on performance.
Okay. Starting soon, the award ceremony.
Since you are muted or the network. Except my network is bad, you are muted.
I was just doing some background preparation for the next session. And the next session is going to start right now. Just as I gave the background information the other time, AfICTA, Africa ICT Alliance, organizes an annual award event which commences with a request for nomination and expression of interest from members across the continent. So for this year, that process was also done, and we received a lot of nominations from wide and near. I'm going to yield this platform to the chair, who happens to also be the chair of the nominating committee, the chair of AfICTA, who happens to also be the chair of the nominating committee. Our dear Mrs. Ulandi Exner, Chair, we appreciate your work, and I yield the platform to you, Ma. Thank you so much, Ma.
Thank you very much, Coyote. I'm just doing a sound and visual check, and I just get confirmation that you can both see me and hear me.
Yes, we see you, we hear you.
Fantastic. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to distinguished guests, depending on where you're connecting from, depending on whether you're in Africa or in America or in Australia. I welcome all of you. And I have one of the best jobs over the last 2 days. Obviously, the first one was during the opening ceremony or during the opening address. And now I get to announce the winners of the awards. So I'm very, very pleased and honored to stand virtually in front of you all today and announce the winners. So just to give you some indication in terms of how the awards or the various awards that we will be presenting today. The first one is the Africa IC Champion Award, and this award is bestowed and given to members that have shown distinguished leadership in ICT in the various fields such as hardware, software services, and communications. The second award is the Africa ICT Personality Award, and that recognizes influential figures who have shaped ICT policy and created jobs in their respective countries. The third one is the Africa CIO Award, and this celebrates exceptional chief information officers in both the public and the private sectors. Then we have the Africa Innovation Award, which highlights innovators whose products or solutions significantly contribute to Africa's economic development. And then the last one is the Africa Community Development Award, and this honors individuals who have leveraged technology to empower communities, enhance networks, and tackle local challenges. So without further ado, I'm going to start with the very first award. I do hope that the award winners are on this platform. So when I do announce your name, please put on your camera so that we can celebrate you, and we can honor your commitment and your dedication to the field of ICT. So the very first one is the Africa ICT Champions Award. As I said, just a reminder to our guests, this award honors distinguished leaders in ICT. And the Africa ICT Champions Award, there have been a few nominations, and I see we do have somebody in the chat that he's saying that the screen is not showing. So just Secretariat, I'm not quite sure what you are trying to display on your screen. Perhaps if you could just have a look and see what's happening there. So coming back to the Africa ICT Award, we have 5 winners, and we have 5 individuals that we really want to recognize. The first one is Mr. Lucas Oloch. I do apologize, Mr. Lucas, if I've pronounced your name incorrectly, and allow me the opportunity to read out some of the achievements from Mr. Lucas. Lucas has an HSC, MCSA, MCSE, and CISM. He's a citizen of Kenya and a principal ICT officer at Kenya Wildlife Service, Kenyan government state corporation whose mandate is to conserve and manage flora and fauna for the well-being of nature and people. He leads the ICT technical support team, manages the ICT infrastructure, and supports over 7,000 employees across the 47 countries of the Republic of Kenya. Some of his key ICT service achievements include, and not limited to, the following: the implementation of Earth Ranger systems for monitoring wildlife safety against poachers, wildlife movement patterns to prevent human-wildlife conflicts with communities residing along wildlife park corridors, hence saving human lives and property. He's done the implementation of the KWS Pay financial system within 60 Kenyan national parks and reserves to curb revenue fraud within and without the process that contributed to high revenue earnings during the 2024-2025 financial year. This individual has also implemented the drone technology, CCTV, and artificial intelligence for wildlife research, data collection, climate change statistics, weather patterns, and real-time monitoring of wildlife movement, amongst other initiatives. He's also implemented a robust interactive KWS website where secure online payments for wildlife park entry and accommodation transactions are made real-time by tourists, and plans are underway for virtual game viewing on the website. Certainly sounds very exciting. He's the recipient of the Head of State Commendation Award conferred by the President of Kenya for his distinguished ICT service. He is the Microsoft Most Valuable Professional Awardee confirmed by the Microsoft Corporation founder Bill Gates for his knowledge and expertise in using Microsoft technologies to reduce human-wildlife conflicts and enhance wildlife economy in Kenya. Other key dignitaries who have honored him for his technological prowess include the 44th President of the United States of America, President Barack Obama, Chief Executive Officer of Kenya Wildlife Services, and Kenya Tourism and Wildlife Minister. So I just want to check the platform and see if Mr. Lucas Oloch is on this virtual platform.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm present. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Lucas, are you there? I do apologize. I am using my very small phone, and I want all the audience members to use the reactions button on their screen and give you a big round of congratulations by clapping their hands. So I'll give the participants, and I hope your screen is flooded with clapping hands. Oh, and we've got some celebratory hats there as well. Indeed. So what an achievement. Some amazing work that you have done, and we will continue to follow your work as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
If you may allow me 1 second, I'll be able to say a big thank you to the amazing African team.
Absolutely.
And all protocols observed. First and foremost, I want to thank the Lord Almighty for the gift of life that enabled us, AfICTA ICT family, and keep the goal to meet and discuss the ICT ecosystem in Africa and the world. I am humbled and accept the Africa ICT Champion Award with a lot of gratitude to all of you. Special thanks to the entire Africa ICT Alliance family, led by our able AfICTA founder, Dr. Jimson Olufuye, whose valid dream over a decade ago is digitally transforming Africa and the world. Thank you, sir. This special award is for all of us members and leaders of Africa ICT Alliance, whose ICT expertise is shaping Africa's digital future. Let's all strive to support our Africa ICT Alliance baby to grow to greater heights. Let me conclude by quoting the wise words of Kwame Nkrumah, the former Ghanaian president, which states as follows: I am not African because I was born in Africa, but because Africa was born in me. This statement symbolizes his deep commitment to Pan-Africanism, highlighting that his identity was rooted in the Africans or the continent's struggle and unity, not just his birthplace of birth. Long live Africa ICT Alliance. On behalf of my family, my employer, and my country, Kenya, and on my own behalf, we salute you for this special recognition, my Africa ICT Alliance family. Asanteni sana, meaning thank you very much. Over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Lucas. And those were beautiful words. I loved the statement that you made in terms of I was not born in Africa, but Africa was born in me. Did I get that right?
Yes, madam.
That is absolutely beautiful. And I will remember that. It's the first time I've heard that. And I will remember that hopefully for as long as I live. Beautiful words. Thank you so much. And again, on behalf of AfICTA, congratulations on your award and on all your achievements. And and continue on that trajectory. Thank you so much, Lucas.
Thank you,
Right.
madam, and my Africa ICT Alliance family. I'm humbled. I'm truly, truly humbled. The wildlife in Kenya is celebrating. The people of Kenya are celebrating. Everybody is celebrating in Africa and the entire world. Thank you.
Wonderful. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Right, colleagues and participants and distinguished guests, we still have some more awards. In terms of the Africa ICT Champions Award, there are also 4 other recipients of this award. I won't be reading out their bios. I am sensitive to time, and this doesn't mean by any means that their award is diminished or the recognition is diminished. However, the award that we would be giving out now also recognizes the great work that is being done by these members, but these are members as well of the AfICTA board. And the criteria for these awards is based on the number of board meetings and attendance that these individuals attend. And if these members are still online, if they're still in the virtual room, please put on your cameras. I hope you're all ready to put on your cameras. Sorry, I didn't give you a heads up. I didn't give everybody enough notice, but I'd like to recognize and welcome Miss Aranola Akinyemi as the one of the ICT champions. Miss Aranola, if you are able to put on your camera, please do so. I want to take this opportunity to thank Miss Akinyemi for her contribution and work that she's done on the AfICTA board and her dedication and commitment. Thank you. Then we'll move on to the next recipient of the Africa IC Champions Award. I'm very, very pleased to announce that that would be my deputy chair, and that is Miss Rachel Shitanda. Rachel, if you are still on the platform and you are able to switch on your camera, please do so that we can all recognize and celebrate you. Again, we want to appreciate the work that you are doing for AfICTA and your contribution to the board.
Are you able to see me?
Yes, I can see you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you so much for the award.
Congratulations. Thank you,
Thank you
and
so much.
thank you so much for your contribution. You are a dynamic, energetic, passionate individual, and it's an absolute pleasure and honor to serve with you. Thank you, my Deputy Chair.
Thank you so
Right.
much, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'm honored.
Thank you. Right, and then the next recipient of the Africa ICT Champions Award, again, if the doctor is on the virtual platform, if you could please switch on your camera so that we can congratulate you. And I'm sure also he doesn't need much introductions. I know he's been part of the summit as I think either as a panelist or a speaker. Very well known in the cybersecurity fraternity, and that is Dr. Robinson Tumbari. Dr. Robinson, are you on the platform?
Okay. I believe the EG we get to him is not on the call right now.
Right. Thank you so much. And I've just received a message now from Miss Aranola Akinyemi, if she would like to say a few words. So, Miss Aranola, if you are there, if you'd like to say a few words, please come through.
All right, thank you, Chair. I want to say a big thank you to the Africa ICT Alliance Um, I'm shocked, really, but I think this award is dedicated mostly to every other board member who has been committed, the secretariat. Without you, we couldn't have done it. Mr. Inyeke Mabunta, who is the coordinator for Nigeria. And most importantly, the founder of Africa ICT Alliance, Dr. Jimson Olufuye. And importantly, my chair, who is also a dear friend, Ms. Yolandi. Your leadership has been inspiring. And it has helped to drive commitment from myself and also to the deputy chair. Both of you have led significantly well. And my colleagues, the other vice chairs, North Africa, Central Africa, as well as the treasurer. And also to every member of the ICT Alliance who has shown commitment over the years, who has participated actively, because without the participation of members, whatever we're doing would have been nothing. So thank you very much, everyone. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Miss Aranola, for those beautiful words. How can I come in after that? You've echoed everything that that is going through my mind in terms of the contributions that is made by the members of the Alliance. So there is one more award that I'd like to give out, and that is also the Africa IC Champions Award, and that also goes to a board member for their contribution and discussions and participation to our board meetings, and that is Mr. Bimbola Abioye. My apologies again, sir. I know you as Mr. Bimbo. If you are on this platform, please unmute yourself and show us and show us your camera or show us your video so that we can appreciate and congratulate you. Yeah, I'm not sure if Mr. Bimbo is on the platform, but if he does come through, we'll give him the opportunity to say a few words. So yes, colleagues, those are the Africa IC Champion Award winners. And again, just to run through all the names. Sorry, Secretariat, I'm fighting with your music here. So thank you for bearing with me. Just to remind everybody, it is Mr. Lucas Oluch, Ms. Aranola Akinyemi, Ms. Rachel Shatanda, Dr. Robinson Tombari, and Mr. Bimbola Abiye. Congratulations to everybody. Well deserved, and we appreciate the work that you are doing both for AfICTA and within the ICT sector within Africa, and hopefully impacting the world as well. Thank you, everybody. Right, then we'll move on to the next award, which is the Africa ICT Personality Award. Again, we have a few recipients for this specific award. As I call out your name, I do hope you are still on the platform, and please make yourselves available so that we can see you. And the Africa ICT Personality Award, again, recognizes influential figures who have shaped ICT policy and created jobs in their countries. So the first winner of this award is Mr. Chris Uwaje. Congratulations, Mr. Uwaje. Let me take a few minutes to read out Mr. Uwaje's profile. Known as the Oracle of the Nigerian IT industry, Chris pioneered the framework and strategy for the National Information Technology Development Policy for Nigeria. He's the acclaimed pioneer of national policy for information technology that established the National Information Technology Development Agency, as well as the National Software Strategy for Nigeria. He designed and deployed pilot e-government solutions and training for the federal government of Nigeria at the following sites: the Presidency, National Assembly, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, to name but a few. He's a renowned global speaker and thought leader with over 300 published papers focused on providing strategic solutions to propel Nigeria towards a digital future, and over 60 IT industry awards. So again, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Chris Uwaje. Dr. Uwaje, are you on the platform to receive the award virtually and for us to recognize you? Yeah, I don't think the doctor is online. And thank you, Musa, for those congratulatory words to the doctor. Right, then we'll move on to the second recipient of this award. Again, if the recipient is online, please switch on your camera and so that we can see if you're online, and we'll give you an opportunity to say a few words. So the individual that's just posted a comment on the chat now is the recipient of the next award. The Africa ICT Personality Award second recipient is Adebunmi Adeola Akinbu. Adebunmi is a dedicated professional in the African tech and media industry with a proven track record of leadership and a strong focus on community empowerment. He is the founder of DNS Africa Media and Communications, a sub-franchise of DNS World Media and Communications, where he leads impactful initiatives designed to connect and empower grassroots communities across Africa. His commitment to building a better future is evident through his involvement with several prominent organizations. He is the founder of Community Net Hubs Africa and Culture Games Africa, and currently serves on the board of trustees of the African ICT Foundation, a pioneer board member and former director of the Nigeria Internet Registration Association. He also served as the organization's acting chief operating officer. He is the managing director of Koba Kings Limited, an innovation-driven organization dedicated to advancing the UN Sustainable Development Goals and tackling poverty through technology. His work has garnered several accolades, including the prestigious Paul Mushani Fellows Award at ICANN 78 in 2023. I am hearing a bit of background noise. Is Mr. Lucas. There we go. Thank you. His career is a testament to his unwavering commitment to leveraging technology for social impact, digital inclusion, and community advancement throughout Africa. Outside his professional pursuits, he is a multifaceted individual with a love for sports and poetry. I do hope Mr. Akinbu is on this virtual platform. Mr. Akinbu, I'm sure I saw you commenting in the chat there. Are you on this platform? And if you are, I'm sure we'd love to hear some poetry from you. Mr. Akinbu, are you there?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Olanda, Chair AfICTA. I was shocked when you said the next person was the person commenting in the chat room, and I'm short of poetry for now. But I appreciate the recognition and the award, and I've been fortunate to have been at the kickoff of AfICTA, and I do not intend to take this award for granted. Yes, you have taken your time to read out my profile, which I find you amazingly adequately pronouncing some of the keywords within the document, which I have always cherished over the years. I intend to take this award to the people like I do and to show you that it was deserving of me to have been honored with this prestigious opportunity. And I leave you with a quote that, from me. My time will come, your time will come, but the history of our time will surely never pass away. Thank you so much for this. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kimber. I really am admired and inspired by all the quotes that I'm hearing today. Please continue to inspire us, and as we learn from these beautiful, beautiful quotes, they're very heartwarming and very touching. And again, thank you and congratulations, Dr. Kimber. Right. Okay, we must be careful who's going to comment next. I might just catch the next person as well. Right. Our last, thank you, Doctor. Our last winner for this specific award, just to remind everybody, we're still on the ICT Personality Award. The last one is Halima Wedi Lemon, and Halimi Wedi Lemon is being nominated for the Africa IT Personality Award in recognition of her outstanding leadership in ICT innovation, public sector digitization, and governance transformation with Nigeria's digital ecosystem. Through her role at NITDA, she has contributed significantly to strengthening transparency, accountability, and operational efficiency using ICT-driven approaches within the internal audit function. Her forward-thinking adoption of emerging technologies, particularly in AI-assisted auditing and digital compliance enhancement, demonstrates her commitment to aligning governance frameworks with modern technology standards. Halima has constantly pursued excellence through continuous professional development, earning multiple certifications in quality management systems, information management, responsible AI, and generative AI-driven solutions. These achievements reflect not only technical competence, but also a strong commitment to ethical technology adoption and sustainable digital transformation. She's part of a new generation of African ICT professionals championing innovation, governance, and trust in public technology institutions. Her work embodies integrity, professionalism, and strategic foresight, qualities that directly support Africa's digital growth narrative. She represents the rising female leadership voice in ICT across the continent and serves as a role model for young women stepping into technology governance and public sector innovation. So again, I want to congratulate and welcome Halima. Halima, are you on the platform?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure she's here with us.
Is she not?
She's not.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will inform her accordingly of her award. Right, then the next category is the sorry, I'm just trying to navigate my screens here, is the CIO award. And the CIO award goes to Jacqueline Madara Dondo. Jacqueline, if you are on this platform, please show yourself. And while I read through your biography, Jacqueline Madara Dondo is an award winner, having held distinctive recognition of top 100 cybersecurity women to watch in Africa 2024. Among other recognitions, she's also a visionary ICT leader, cybersecurity expert, AI enthusiast, and mentor. As head of ICT at Machakos University with a distinguished career in technology, leadership, and digital transformation, she has been instrumental in driving cybersecurity strategies, AI integration, and ICT policy development within the institution. As an innovative leader, Jacqueline has spearheaded initiatives to enhance university-wide digital security, automate key processes, and implement AI-driven solutions to improve service delivery. Her expertise in enterprise systems, risk management, and emerging technologies has positioned her as a key decision maker in shaping the university's technological future. A strong advocate for cybersecurity, Jacqueline has led awareness programs to strengthen institutional data protection and safeguard critical systems against cyber threats. She's also championed the adoption of AI-driven solutions in learning and administration, ensuring Machakos University remains at the forefront of digital transformation. Beyond her technical expertise, Jacqueline is a dedicated mentor committed to empowering students, young professionals, and women in tech. She actively guides aspiring ICT professionals, fostering innovative resilience and leadership in the next generation of tech leaders. With her exemplary growth in leadership, Jacqueline continues to lead with vision, integrity, and innovation, ensuring that technology remains a pillar of excellence in education, research, and administration at Machakos University. So, Jack, just to confirm, Secretariat, is Jacqueline on the platform?
Unfortunately, Chair, she's not on the call with us.
No problem. Thank you very much. And again, we will inform her of the award. And on behalf of AfICTA, we congratulate Ms. Jacqueline Dondo on her award. Then the next award is the Africa Innovation Award. And this award highlights innovators whose products or solutions significantly contribute to Africa's economic development. And as you can see on the screen, this award goes to Mr. Godwin Akwara. Godwin Akwara has demonstrated exceptional leadership and innovation in the ICT field by bridging data science, cloud infrastructure, and public impact technology across Africa and beyond. During his tenure at Guarantee Trust Bank, he developed and deployed real-time data streaming systems using Apache and Oracle Golden Gate to process over 1 million daily transactions, significantly improving financial transparency and digital service reliability, directly contributing to job creation and fintech ecosystem growth. As Bahrain financing company, he led the migration of legacy banking infrastructure to scalable cloud platforms, enabling secure, data-driven financial operations. His contributions to AI-based medical diagnostics and national data systems through research and public interest technology reflect his dedication to advancing ICT for social good. Through his work, Godwin has shaped ICT policies emphasizing data-driven innovations, cybersecurity, and workforce empowerment, positioning him as an emerging leader in Africa's digital transformation landscape. And Secretariat, do we have Mr. Akwara on the virtual platform? Mr. Akwara, if you are on the virtual platform, can you switch on your camera? It doesn't appear that Mr. Akwara is on the platform, and on behalf of AfICTA, we congratulate Mr. Akwara on his award, and we will inform him accordingly. Our next award goes to Mr. Hanil Hamisu Jafura, and that is the Africa Community Development Award. Congratulations on this award. This award again is given in terms of the work that is done in terms of community development. We honor individuals who leverage technology to empower communities, enhance networks, and tackle local challenges. Mr. Jafaru stands as one of Africa's most inspiring voices in technology-driven community development, cybersecurity advocacy, and youth empowerment. His initiatives have empowered hundreds of young Africans with future-proof digital skills and continue to shape Africa's transition into a sustainable digital economy. Haniel's thought leadership extends beyond just the written word. He has appeared on several national television programs, defending and proposing constructive alternatives to address the potential job loss due to artificial intelligence. His proactive stance led to the creation of the HTC 100,000 Tech Camp initiative, ensuring that those displaced by automation can remain relevant through AI immune digital skills. Through all of these, Anil Jafaru embodies the principles of innovation, inclusion, and impact. His passion for education, his advocacy for cybersecurity, and his commitment to creating digital career opportunities reflect a rare blend of technical mastery and humanitarian leadership. His work continues to echo across Africa, empowering the youth, transforming mindsets, and redefining community development for the digital age. And I want to just check if Mr. Jafaru is on the virtual platform.
Madam Chair, I believe he's not with us.
Thank you very much. Right, and those are all our awards. Congratulations to all our winners. I just want to do a double check with the Secretariat that I haven't missed anybody. But congratulations to everybody, very well deserved. And in their absence, again, on behalf of AfICTA, I want to commend all the award winners for their contributions and for their dedication to the work of ICT in their respective regions. Can I see, I'd love to see a flood of hands crossing my screen and hearts and celebratory hats. So colleagues, please let's appreciate and recognize our colleagues in the industry. It certainly will help the industry grow within Africa. So at this point in time, as I said, this was the best job out of the 2 days, was to announce these winners. I want to appreciate the work of the nominations committee. Thank you very much for the work that's gone into this process. I also want to thank the Secretariat for putting together and for putting together this program and for all the running around behind the scenes to make this process very seamless. And so big congratulations to the Secretariat, my nominations committee, and obviously the folk within the Alliance that promote the awards and that have nominated the various individuals. At this point in time, I'll hand back to our facilitator and the Secretariat to continue with today's program. Thank you. Coyote?
Richard, thank you so much for coordinating the award presentation session. Very well done. Well appreciated, Chair. At this point, gradually, the 13th AfICTA Summit is winding down. And we can't leave without appreciating the set of people, all our distinguished panelists, our speakers since yesterday and through today. We appreciate your effort. Thank you for all that you impute into having a very exciting sessions. We appreciate you all. We also appreciate all our good standing members. Like I flighted the other time, we have a number of good standing members They are a great set of people and organizations who are supporting AfICTA. And we welcome you as well to join AfICTA on this mission of fulfilling the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa. We can't do it alone. We count really on you to join us. We also want to appreciate our board members. I could see a strong support from the board members since yesterday. A lot of the board members joined. That was great. Thank you for the work you do to ensure that AfICTA keeps running. We appreciate your effort. I also appreciate our sponsors. Just as I earlier mentioned, they made this possible. And the likes of ACT, the App Association, thank you for your consistent support to AfICTA. Despite being a member, you also contributed even as a sponsor. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate ICANN Africa. ICANN Africa has been there for us for a long time, and we were so happy that you came forth again for this summit. And also, Contemporary Consulting, we thank you as a member and also sponsor on this platform. Thank you so much for the great support that we got from you. At this point, I will, if we have the Deputy Chair of AfICTA with us, I'll request that she takes the closing remarks because she is meant to do that. So thank you, everyone. I hope to see you again next year on the 14th edition of AfICTA. Cheers to the Deputy Chair now. Okay, so the deputy chair could not come forth. Maybe she's having a technical issue. So on this note, the 13th AfICTA Summit is hereby declared closed. Thank you, everyone. And if you have your camera on, please on your camera. The closing session. Let's take a picture together. I mean, let's take a picture together. Yeah. If you have your camera on, let's do that together. My colleague is also promoting participants. If you're a participant, as soon as you receive the request to join the panelists, please accept.
I can see my twin brother there, bearing James Olufuyi. I think that's Abioye. Okay.
And thank you for honoring me with an award. Very much appreciated. It means a lot to me.
We do another 30 seconds. Please permit us. We really need to appreciate everyone left behind. I could see just 23 participants. And it is also noteworthy that yesterday we did up to 180 participants. But for today, I can't say until when we check the database. We did up to 187 participants. That was awesome. Okay, I'm doing a countdown of 5. Anyone who is able to join by then will take the picture. 5, 4, 3, 2, and now, yes, we have it. We have it. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your support all through. We appreciate that.
And congratulations to the chair and the board and the nominating committee members for the success of this summit.
Thank you so much, and also congratulations to all the award winners. And thank you also the Secretariat and Chair for organizing an awesome summit.
Thank you very much, everyone. Just to mention the members in good standing, that our AGM will commence in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.